before we do, may I please ask that we fill these front row seats, please? Can you please fill the front row seats? The first row is reserved for the aspirants, and then we can take the seats behind them. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll begin in 2 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos Branch Law Week, and particularly to the town hall meeting with the NBA national aspirants. My name is Bisima Konjola. I've recently decided to be addressed as BM, and I have the pleasure of being the compere for today's event. Thank you very much. First, I do apologize that we're starting 30 minutes behind schedule. I must appreciate the aspirants who came on time. But as we know ourselves in Lagos branch, it's only when we're doing parties that we come on time. And I think it's a challenge to all of us in the branch that we should begin to take, other than social events, we should begin to take branch events a bit more seriously by arriving on time. Without further ado, we'll begin with the national anthem. And so please, may we rise for the national anthem.
Our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. So that we make the best benefit of the room, may I please respectfully ask that those of us sitting to the end of the room, to please come close so that the latecomers can then take the back seats, please. Thank you very much. Up next, for our opening remarks, is the woman who has put this event together. Please permit me to welcome no other person than the branch chairman, Mrs. Uchenna Akingbade. Please, a round of applause, please. You can do better than that. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Leonard Silks, benchers, esteemed colleagues, our esteemed aspirants to NBA national offices. Good afternoon again. The chairman of the Law Week Planning Committee, Mrs. Obosa Akpata. Good afternoon, ma. And all the members of the Law Week Planning Committee, NBA Lagos Law Week Planning Committee 2026. Good afternoon to you all, and I say a very special thank you for all the efforts, all your sacrifices, and everything that you have put into ensuring that this Law Week is a success. Thank you very much. And to the members of the NBA Lagos branch who have showed up all through, we started on Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The weather has been most unfriendly, but you have navigated and you have still showed up despite the challenging weather. We thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules from your work in chambers, in your companies. Thank you. We are gathered here this afternoon for a town hall meeting. When I constituted the Law Week Planning Committee, I requested two specific things from them. One, that I needed a platform for the aspirants to national office to come and address NBA Lagos branch members. And two, that our elders' nights should be for elders only. We had elders' night yesterday. We are here today at the town hall interactive town hall meeting. What's the essence of this? MBA Lagos branch has, on our register, on our records, we have over 20,000 members. Financial members, we have, I think, people that have paid their dues. We have, I think, between 14 and 15,000. We have, because of our numbers, and because we are premier in everything that we do, we are an attractive branch as electorates. So it's only right that we should create a proper platform for people to come and address us and let us know why we should cast our votes for them. As lawyers, we are change agents. We are supposed to exemplify what the society will emulate and make into reality. And we should exemplify that also in our electoral process. Over the years, there have been complaints here and there, and even amongst ourselves. Because you're supporting a particular candidate, you find professional colleagues falling out with each other or having problems here and there. I don't think that is how it should be. We are a professional association. We can have politics, run our politics in a decent way. We can engage on issues without descending into the muddy arenas. We can listen and say, oh, I'm going to be objective. This is the candidate that I feel will be best suited for the job. And we are lawyers. We should be able to think. We should be able to reason objectively. That is the entire idea behind this town hall. All our aspirants are fantastic. They are amazing. There is nobody that has put themselves forth to run for any office that does not have the capacity to do that. And please, I want you to give a round of applause to all the aspirants in the hall. Contesting for MBA national office is not a joke. Any MBA office whatsoever is not a joke, but most especially national. They deploy heavy resources, going around the country, risking their lives to engage with you so that you can get to know them better and reason, chart the best path forward for our profession. So I commend your tenacity, your diligence, and your commitment to the legal profession. This is just our own way of saying, let's talk to you, let's hear what you want to do for us, and let us be objective in our decision making. I hope that we are going to have a good time interacting and bonding with one another. For those of you who may not have seen your aspirants before, they are not AI, they are real, they are here, and you're going to engage with them today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the Chairman deserves another round of applause. Now, the Chairman had said that running for election is not easy. And she's absolutely right. I ran for election as branch chairman. It was not easy. And I don't envy these men and women in front of me. It is not easy to run for election at the national office. So can we please give another round of applause to these men and women who have put themselves forward to lead the Nigerian Bar Association. Now, this is not an official ECNBA event. This is an event of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. This is not to project any candidate, neither is it to prefer any candidate over the other. This is just an opportunity by the Lagos branch given to aspirants to come address members of the branch to share their vision with us. So if along the line we make any mistake, please forgive us. It's not intentional. Now, I will not be running this show, thankfully. That show will be run by two distinguished people who I shall call next. But before I do that, I must apologize that we had mixed up the NBA prayer. And so may I please ask that we take the NBA prayer, and I would respectfully request Mr. Dapo Duwole to please come forward to lead us in the NBA prayer. Mr. Duwole, please. Thank you, sir. Please, shall we rise, Mr. Duwole? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Shall we pray? This is a unifying prayer for all members of the NBA. Almighty God, our Creator, we pray to you to be with us. We can do it together if you wish, in other deliberations, and to direct our endeavors so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow countrymen, and our country. Amen. Thank you very much.
Amen. Thank you very much, sir. And so we'll get into the event proper. And we shall begin with the discussion with National Town Hall officers. And to moderate this session, I have the singular honor of inviting Dr. Nike Esson. Please, a round of applause for her, please. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished Leonard Silk, members of the National Executive Council, Committee of NBA, national officers, the chairman and executive committee of NBA Lagos branch, branch chairmen and officers of sisters branches here present, esteemed colleagues, learned colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome. It is my singular honor to welcome each and every one of you to this session this afternoon, this town hall, this special session by the NBA Lagos branch Law Week, dedicated to providing our candidates for the forthcoming NBA national election an opportunity to be heard. In case you are sitting on the fence and you have not made up your mind who to vote for, this is the time for you to hear from them. Let them tell us their priorities, their visions, what they want to do, how they want to make NBA a better association. This is the time where they will engage with us directly. It's an opportunity that has been presented by the NBA Lagos branch. Like Mr. Makonjuala said, this is not a national ECMB event. It's our own event. We own it and we are going to make it work for us. What do we expect? We all have different rules here. My own is very simple. I'm the moderator of a session of certain segments of today's event. The aspirants they're on the hot seat. They have their own role. And you, my colleagues, Leonard Senior in the audience, you have a role. And I will start by saying, start to perform your role by giving a round of applause, a very loud round of applause. That is not loud enough. You know, the type when you are in a studio for a live production and they want you to, somebody will be at the background and tell you like this. That is the kind of round of applause I would like you to give for our aspirants. We cannot overemphasize the fact that vying for an elective position is something that takes grit. It's something that takes courage. It's something that takes, you must have body. Let's put it in that way. So please let us give a round of applause to them. Today's session is not a debate, like I said, but an opportunity for our candidates to present themselves, share their visions. And like I said, my role is very simple. I will respectfully ask that we be generous with our applause. When we call on them, please applaud. When they say one thing or the other, please give them a round of applause. Clap for them. Let them feel appreciated. Let them feel heard. Let them give them the respect. Let's listen to them. No comments within comments. And at one point or the other, you'll be given an opportunity to ask questions. We will not like to entertain questions with commentaries. As you see, we have timers here, and we'll be going strictly by the time. By way of rules, we will call on the aspirants in sets. For each office, they will sit down, and each aspirant will be given 3 minutes to make a pitch. Please note that I have observed all the protocols on your behalf. I have welcomed the distinguished Leonard Sikh, live bencher, senior colleagues. So all you need to do is what? Stand or sit on existing protocols, because your timeline will be enforced strictly. We will off the mic at 3 minutes. You'll be given an opportunity to know that your time is almost up. You will hear a timer go off after 2 minutes saying that you have 60 seconds left just to make your pitch. Sell yourself as best as you can. Let those that are sitting on the fence, who do not have one affiliation or the other, let them be swayed by what you say you will do and how you will do it. Again, would encourage you not to interrupt them. You can clap, but please do not interrupt the aspirants as they make their pitch. And no personal attacks. We are all members of the noble profession, thankfully. No personal attacks. Address issues when you want to ask questions. And so that's about it. Without much ado, we have time is of the essence. We are going to be calling all of the aspirants vying for the position of Assistant Publicity Secretary. Please, can you begin to make your way to the stage here? Assistant Publicity Secretary, in no particular order. I'm going to be calling on Mr. Lukman Oladimeji Jayola. A round of applause for Mr. Lukman Oladimeji Jayola, please. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. So you know, it is not everybody that we invited that accepted to come. For those that have accepted to come, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Mr. or Miss Adiza Nazi Ahmed. Adiza Nazi Ahmed, please can you make your way? Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. And Meti Monde Ukpe. And these are the aspirants for the Assistant Publicity Secretary of our esteemed association at the national level. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and we are warmly welcome. Like I said, it's not a debate. You have to make your pitch in 3 minutes. That is the timer. You can see it there. No pressure. You have to make your pitch and let people know what you have for them, your vision, your priorities, what you're going to do differently. Why we should cast our vote for you. Why we should give you our mandate. Please, Mr. Lukman, over to you. 3 minutes. In 2 minutes, you can stand, you can sit as you like it. Your choice.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on the already established protocol. My name is Lukman Oladimeji Jayola. I am a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, Ikorodu branch. It's my pleasure being in this gathering this afternoon. I will share my presentation into two. I will tell you a bit of my antecedents and then what I have in stock for the Office of Assistant Publicity Secretary. I graduated in year 2016 and I was called to the Nigerian Bar in year 2017. And since after my call, I have been in active legal practice with bias for litigation. Over the last 8 years, I have served the Nigerian Bar Association diligently. I have served as a project officer of the Young Lawyers Forum, MBA Korodu branch. I served as publicity secretary, Nigerian Bar Association, Young Lawyers Forum, MBA Korodu branch. I served as assistant secretary, Nigerian Bar Association, Ikorodu branch. I equally served as publicity secretary, Nigerian Bar Association, Ikorodu branch. I've equally served the speed up section, that section of the MBA, and also some other organs of the Nigerian Bar Association. In the last 10 years of my practice, I have diligently promoted the Nigerian Bar Association, particularly promoting the rule of law. I have done about over 100 pro bono cases, both civil and criminal, promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association. In 2020, I represented over 100 NSAS detainees, promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association. In 2024, I celebrated having appeared in over 500 pro bono appearances from the customary court to the Court of Appeal in promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association. Same in year 2024, I have released over 400 inmates across correctional centers, not only in Lagos alone, but across correctional center in Ogun State and in Bosal institution in promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association. In 2024, I won the Ganifawo Imi Outstanding Impact Award, the overall best in the country for the numbers of pro bono cases I have done in promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association. Same in 2025, I won the Human Rights Defender of the Year Award in promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association. All these I have mentioned so far are not what I want to do. They are what I have done so far in promoting the objective of the Nigerian Bar Association.
And thank you very much for telling us what you have done in the last 10 years. Your time is up. Please, could you take a seat? We will now be calling on Miss Adiza. Miss or Mrs. Adiza? Miss Adiza, thank you very much. Come and tell us your vision, your priorities, what you have done for, and why you are vying for the office of the Assistant Publicity Secretary. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Hadiza Nasser Ahmad, and I am from Kano branch. Yes, I am from Kano branch. I am the former Assistant Secretary of the MBA Kano branch. I am the past Secretary of the past YLF Secretary of the MBA Kano branch. I am currently the head Young Female Lawyers Committee of the MBA Women Forum. I am a member Citizens Liberties Committee of the MBA. I was a member of the MBA Electoral Reform Committee of the MBA. That was during Olimide Apata's tenure. I was a member of MBA AGC Sport Committee, that's 2024. I was a member of the Sport Committee of MBA Kano branch. I was a coordinator of the MBA Young Female Lawyers Committee of the MBA. I've been serving the bar ever since I became a lawyer. I was called to the bar 2016, 14 July 2016. I have the passion to be in the MBA, to work for the MBA, to serve in the MBA. I have been consistently serving the MBA. I have the experience, my experience which I mentioned. Some of the experience I mentioned. I am a litigation lawyer. I have been into active litigation. I've done a lot of things. Yes, and my vision for the MBA is to provide accurately technology-driven communication. Nigerian Bar Association is one of the foremost professional bodies in Nigeria, and it promotes the rule of law. And communication is very crucial. So there is need for forward-thinking, inclusive publicity with purpose. And that is the reason why I said I want to contribute and be a assistant publicity, to assist the publicity secretary in bringing impactful, to connect the members of the bar with the leadership of the NBA, so that every member will be included. Every member will have the opportunity, will know what is happening in the NBA. I have my key priorities. One of the priorities is strengthening the internal communication in the NBA. Yes, promoting accountability and transparency. Yes, public engagement. But the NBA is, as I said earlier, is one of the foremost professional body in Nigeria. So there is need for NBA to not only be giving announcement, to engage with the nation at large. These are some of the things I said I'm going to bring to the NBA. Second and thirdly, I have a lot of innovation, which with my permission, I want to read some of my innovation that I would love to bring. Yes. Yes, a new era of NBA publicity. I propose to bring, beyond the traditional method, I propose a structured and forward-thinking publicity framework. Number one, the Voice of the Bar podcast. In this platform, thank you.
Thank you very much, Adiza. A round of applause for Miss Adiza.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing some of your priorities, what you have done and some of your priorities. Thank you. And yes. You are waiting for me to call you.
Thank you very much. With profound humility.
Okay, let me call you. Lukman Oladimeji Jayola. No. With profound apologies. So sorry. It's because you will not let me call you properly now. Please, can you restart the timer? No, let him not sit down now. Time is of the essence. Please restart it. Let it start from 3 minutes on the, yes. Please restart it. Please go ahead.
Yes, with profound humility, may I sincerely appreciate the organizers of this event. Now, I wouldn't want to bore you with all the things that I've done and my past records. They are already there. Now, I want to look at my primary constituency, which is the young lawyers. Now, there is one particular thing about Section 8 and Section 9 of the MBS Constitution. The intention was to see how they can integrate young lawyers into the main sphere of MBA's politics. And they can also ride on the wisdom and the intelligence of the elders that we have under the MBA. Now, I don't know if you have been receiving legal authorities from a particular platform called the Legal Digest for the past 5 good years. Now, by the special grace of God, I've been the founder of that particular platform. What I want to do, God has been able to touch my life because of that particular platform. And when I came to Lagos sometime, in Ikeja precisely, one of the elder statesmen met me and said, Meti, is it because of NBS politics that you have been oozing out legal authorities? I said, no, it's because of the passion that has been part and parcel of me. With or without MBS, I still need to do this because I am a litigation lawyer. And by the special grace of God, I am the youngest of all the lawyers in Akwa Ibom State that has been able to own a law firm, have 3 to 4 lawyers that I train. And in terms of ICT, I've also been able to groom over 100 young lawyers every blessed year. Mind you, I was called in 2019. I am barely 6 years. If you look at all the aspirants you have, I think I am the least of all of them. But it has nothing to do with the age at the bar. It has to do with intellect. It has to do with your capacity. It has to do with what you can do. I'm telling you the things that I've been able to do for the past so many years. So by the special grace of God, my primary constituency, which is the young lawyers, I want a situation they can integrate themselves, they can spur up themselves, they can present an image to the outside world. They know if Meti Monday Ukpe can do it, certainly they can do it. And in terms of ICT, I want a situation whereby we have, you go to the radio stations, you go to TV stations, you realize that these are good avenues that we can project the image of young lawyers, the image of NBA, and the image, our personal image, because of how we project ourselves. When you go to, you look at the city, just a couple of days ago, the judgment that has been oozing out have been reduced to public scrutiny. People tend to believe a very popular activist called Very Dark Man more than our legal profession. No, it shouldn't be so. Can we have a situation that when we have controversial in parentheses or those judgments that are oozed out, we can have
We have off the mic. Otito. Otilo. Please come and have your seats. And thank you to our 3 aspirants. I can see passion. Who is seeing passion here too? Thank you so much. This is what we need. The opportunity to engage with us directly. And your role, your constitutional role, Publicity Secretary. I was hoping that at least one of you first restate it. The lecturer in me is looking for, okay, like a structure, but it's okay. I'm going to ask you, tying all of this you have said to your constitutional role, what you have done in the past, what you are hoping to do. Are you going to reinvent the wheel? Because currently there's a publicity secretary, assistant publicity secretary, and they have been in the past. What is the new thing you are going to do? What is the innovation? And this question is for the 3 of you in turns, starting from Meti.
Very sincerely, I'm grateful for the question. When I started, I mentioned Section 8 and Section 9 of the MBS Constitution. That is where you find the roles of an assistant publicity. Your role is not to usurp the office of the publicity secretary. Your role is to complement it. How do you do it? If you check the trajectory, we had Habib, Leonard Sheikh Habib, we had Ferdinand Nazar, we had so many of them, and they have tried so much. And I think one of them raised the Instagram account of the NBA from 2,000 to 7,000. And you see the trajectory, they have done their best. But the area that I specifically would like us to also look at is the area.
Well, to the extent that I did not set that rule before you started responding, please continue for another 30 seconds. So the rest of you will also have 1 minute, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you immensely. My ambition is to see how I can pass a very good information to the publicity secretary, see how we can galvanize support, and see the whole and the entire essence is to project the bar. And how do we do it? We want to correct the mental perception, the psychological perception of the people in Nigeria, the society at large in terms of NBA. Most especially, our judiciary has been reduced to some level of scrutiny. And for me, as an individual, I'm not very comfortable with it. But so I'm looking at those avenues that we can, the TV station, the radio stations, we can make very good use of them.
Please be looking at the timer, so that you can articulate your thoughts. I know you have a lot to say, but, prioritize your thought process in terms of what you want us to hear. We have time to work with. Yes, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. Your question is, you asked us, what can we do as Assistant Publicity Secretary? As an Assistant Publicity Secretary, my work is to complement the Publicity Secretary, to help in promoting and bringing accurately, impactfully to communicate with the bar, to help the Publicity Secretary, and to project the image of the MBA. And you also asked us about what can we do. I don't know if you can reprint the question.
What are the innovations that, are you going to reinvent the wheel in performing your role?
Yes, certainly. Certainly. I have an intention of reforming and bringing about a lot of innovation in the MBA. I was about to tell you of the innovation when my time is up.
And you're still wasting that time.
No, I'm not wasting the time. Some of the innovation I wanted to bring is, number one, the Voice of the Bar podcast. This is a platform to feature national officers, forum heads, section chairman, and brand chairman to promote transparency, awareness, and engagement. Also, MBA Open Bar Dashboard. That is a real-time digital platform showing ongoing MBA activities, committee progress, national and branch update, moving publicity from after-the-fact reporting to real-time transparency. Then publicity and...
Thank you very much. All noted. I hope you are hearing. Yes, over to you, Mr. Lukman. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, madam. Looking at the provision of Section 9, subsection 5 of the MBA Constitution 2015 as amended, which makes provision for the Office of Assistant Publicity Secretary. If we look at that section critically, we will see that the Office of Assistant Publicity Secretary is only to complement the Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. But while doing that, I have made some proposals that I will liaise with my boss in the office when I eventually voted for, come July 20th, to overhaul the communication architecture of the Nigerian Bar Association. The current team of the publicity team of MBA has done credibly well, but you will agree with me that there is always room for improvement. I have this belief that I have structured my manifesto on the basis of strategic publicity, which is being divided into communication and rebranding. I believe that MBA communication architecture needs to be rebranded, and then there is need for us to communicate properly to members and also the stakeholders. I have also proposed that coming after my election, that we should have a media and publicity team for the Nigerian Bar Association that will comprises of all publicity secretaries of MBA across the federation. While having this particular team, it will be very easier. Once information is coming directly from national, it will get to this publicity team, and same will be dispatched to members of respective branches. At the end of that administration, I'm very sure no member will complain of information, scarcity of information, but you will be well informed that there will be information overload. Because with that strategy...
Thank you very much, Mr. Lukman. So, over to the audience. If you have questions for them, or would you prefer that they take a bow? Questions? And they should take a bow. No questions. Thank you very much, Meti, Adiza, Lukman. I wish you all the best. Thank you. Moving forward, we'll be moving on to the position of Publicity Secretary, whose role they will complement. And for this, we have Mr. Ayewa Lawrence Ikpeha. Please, a round of applause for him. Prince Ikwadi Azubike. Prince. You've not seen him. Okay. Okay, so the floor is yours. Please, your 3-minute speech.
Well, all protocols duly observed. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Lawrence Shegun Ayewa, and I am a candidate for the National Publicity Secretary. Let me just run a little bit fast. I was called to the Nigerian Bar Association on the 14th day of February 2012. The love set, and I was a past secretary of the YLF Udu branch, a past chairman YLF Udu branch, a past social secretary Nigerian Bar Association Udu branch, and a past secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association Udu branch. My role as the publicity secretary when elected is simple: disseminate information clearly, unified, and simple. I will not promise you that I will not overload or I will load. Any way the information come, will dish them out simply and perfectly. Now, my plans, if elected publicity secretary, is to complement the job already done over time. A lot of publicity secretaries have come and gone. We have seen people who have done so well. Some people have even sent us marriage anniversary messages during their time. But me, I have promised that I'm going to complement on all those efforts. How am I going to complement? The structure that is on ground will be made better. If we have 10,000 followers already on Facebook, we'll try to make it better. Growing up, lawyers used to be people that were very respected. But over time, I have discovered that we are now made the problem instead of the solution. When you go to places now, they want to talk back at us. Why? We are doing so much, but the information is not moving out as much as we are doing. If we have a publicity team that is strong, if the Nigerian Bar Association does one thing, the public will hear it. Let me go to the nation. We have the Minister of Information, the past one, Lai Mohammed. That man can paint the image of an association, even when it is not doing so well, can make it better. I think the public need to be more informed that the Nigerian Bar Association is doing so much than they are hearing about. So when I elected the public secretary, I am going to compliment on the work already done by those who are there and those who have passed, and make the general public know that lawyers are doing so much. Then we are going to also bring about the uniformity of all branches to make sure that the public secretaries of all branches are put in a forum, and they are not just in that forum to sleep, they are in that forum to work, because National Public Secretary cannot do all the job himself. We have 145 branches of the Nigerian Bar Association. It means we have 145 publicity secretaries across the nation. If information is dished out and it's moved by them, then it will be better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. Can you tell us your thought process on rebranding in such a way that MBA's image can begin to rebranding MBA's image into that noble profession originally set?
Okay, thank you. My thought process is simple for rebranding. The whole of my campaign period, I've talked about giving a positive image to the Nigerian Bar Association. How can we do that? One of the candidates for assistant publicity talked about us having a podcast. And I think it is high time we have a podcast and we have this opportunity to invite senior members of the bar to tell the populace what they are doing. We watch channels television and a lot of information is dished out. We have a lot of materials and resource persons within us that we are not making proper use of. If we had a podcast where we can bring persons to come and talk to the populace, people will know that lawyers are actually a solution and not a problem. I heard somebody talking about very dark man taking over the position or the duties of lawyers. We have a lot of lawyers out there who are better than what we see out there. But because a lot of them are in the comfort of their bedroom, they do not even know how to make use of the internet. We do not know how to do podcast. We do not know how to show ourselves. During this remuneration drive, I was one of the persons who took it upon myself to drive the remuneration. I did a video online that garnered almost 100,000 views. What did I do? After shooting that video, I met one or two comedians who are into content creation, and they shared it on their page. And before you know, we had over 100,000 views on that video alone. That 10% is a compulsory thing for the Nigerian Bar Association. And a lot of us, I can see many news suits here today. That means we're already enjoying the 10% because some people drove it personally. And if elected the publicity secretary, there are a lot of things I can drive. A lot. I have emceed pro bono over 30 marriages of lawyers. That means I am a professional compare also. I talk for a living. As a lawyer, I have the talent to talk. So I know that the MBA will be better. And our entertainment industries in the MBA will.
It is very evident. Res ipsa loquitur. Okay, thank you very much. One question, and I think you kind of touched on it, because your role is basically about publicity, disseminating information. And I hear you say that you will overload us with information. That, you said it, or I think I heard.
I said I will not promise to overload, and I will not promise not to overload. I'm going to be in between.
Okay. Whatever it is, you will do your job well.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on followership? Because, it's not about just sending emails. It's about Instagram, social media handles. What about your thoughts on paying for followership, growing your handles? Do you believe in, there's no right or wrong answer. Just tell us your thoughts. It could be what will sway somebody. What about trying to grow your page organically, or because there are things that you can do?
Thank you, Ma. Presently, we have over 150,000 lawyers. If every lawyer in Nigeria who has access to a mobile device that has data or internet follows the handles of Nigerian Bar Association, we're already going to have over 140,000 followers, which is far more than what we have presently. If we start from the Lagos branch alone, from now picking up your handsets and following the handles of Nigerian Bar Association, we have over 14,000 followers already. If information is made available to people to know that we have these handles, I am sure everybody will pick up their devices and follow. So please, let us start today from this hall by searching for Nigerian Bar Association on all handles and following them. It is our association. If the association starts making money from the followership on these handles, who does it empower? Us. And gradually, the more money we have, the betterment, the welfare of even the younger lawyers. Because I know that if Nigerian Bar Association have money, we will not lock them in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So here is your candidate. Do you have questions for him? Yes, please. One question. Another. Somebody should please take the mic to her. Please, we would appreciate your questions to be direct to issues and without commentaries. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Serena Aladeshuyi, and my question is about emails. I see from this current administration that they send us consistent email for CPD, for different, even this town hall meeting, I've gotten the email already. But there are some emails that are quite unnecessary, like emails that someone died and the burial is in Benue State. So for me that I'm in Lagos, why are they sending me that email? Why not restrict it to people in that area, maybe Benue State or the North Central? So as the publicity secretary, what do you think should be the way forward regarding emails that are not for Lagos branch, but for maybe, let's say, Benue State branch? Thank you.
Any other questions, so you can answer everything together? Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that question. It's actually an area that is going to be looked at. But sincerely, the publicity secretary is not the one who compiles information about the Nigerian Bar Association. That is the job of the secretariat. So it is numbers that are already in a system that this information is disseminated into. But sincerely speaking, that's why I am saying that we should work with branches. If we work with branches better, these informations and phone numbers and emails of members will be segmented. Now with the help of AI, a lot of development has been made. So you do not need to pile up or jam-pack numbers of lawyers into one particular spreadsheet. You can put them into different zones and different states. That will make it easier. But I don't think I have seen messages of a burial sent to an email. But if that be the case, I am sure that when we are elected, we will work with the secretariat, which is the general secretary and the assistant general secretary, to make sure that these numbers are put into different states, different zones, and different locations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The good thing about a forum such as this is that even the candidates are getting some feedback. Thank you for your question. And in view of the fact that there are no further questions, may you please take a bow. For the sake of, to put it into proper context, this is Mr. Ayewa Lawrence Ikpehai, and is contesting for the position of Publicity Secretary. He is not unopposed. Prince Ikwadi Azubike is also contesting too. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayewa, and we wish you all the best. Moving on, we are going to be calling on the candidate for the position of the Welfare Secretary, and we have confirmation that 2 of the 3 candidates are not going to be here this afternoon. We only have with us here Chinwundo Ogochukwu. Please give her a round of applause. Okay. Oh, is Chinwundo here, please? Okay. Ernest Azindu Nwanaka. Okay, he had earlier confirmed that he will not be here. Okay, we'll move on. Okay, there is also Aigbokai Osaigi. Let me skip the middle name. I can't pronounce it well. So instead of murdering it. No, let me not bother. Please sit down. And yes, please sit down for a while. So he's contesting for the position of Welfare Secretary. Also testing with him are Akinwumi Samson Laleye, Chinelo Ofegunam, Chinwendu Ogochukwu. All the other 3 are not here present. So over to you, Mr. Aigokai Osaige. Please tell us why we should vote for you and your vision, your priorities, why we should exercise our mandates.
Thank you so much. Distinguished members of the Lagos branch, I salute you all. My name is Owaikena Osaige. I'm of the Nigerian Bar Association Benin branch, popularly nicknamed the Lion Bar. I have served in my branch as a member of the branch committee, and I have been a 2-time Young Lawyers Forum chairman of the MBA Benin branch, and I'm a member of several sections, including the Commonwealth Lawyers, MBA, SLP, and SBL. I am here to inform this, to bring parts of what I intend to do as if elected as the Welfare Secretary. Let us start from the issue of our lawyers with disability and the National Health Insurance Scheme. We see this National Health Insurance Scheme, they take it as if it's something that is an abstract term. It is not abstract. If I am voted and elected as a Welfare Secretary, we do not need to be filling our forms and sending it to Abuja for it to be, or to pay much token for us to access our National Health Insurance Scheme. I will liaise with the president and members of NEC and other ESCOs so that we have an encrypted portal in our association website where you can digitally fill your concerning your health and post it for the National Health Insurance Scheme for it to be properly assessed so that we send it instead of filling forms and moving from branches to branches. I think that will be safer. And if you look at section 8H of the Constitution of the Nigerian Bar, you will see that the first section, 8H1, says that the duty of the Welfare Secretary shall monitor the interests of all members of the association. And to monitor the interests of all members of the association, we should not be talking, it is like multifaceted. We have to talk about police harassment of lawyers. We have to talk of workplace harassment. We have to talk of our pregnant colleagues who labor during pregnancy to enter bike, to go to courts and all that. We need to put all this into contemplation. And we need to have an accessible welfare. It is not about booking rooms for NEC member. Welfare is beyond that. I have done a lot of pro bono matters. I have challenged the Nigerian government. I have led protests. I can do that for Nigerian lawyers. I can go 5,000 feet below the seabed for Nigerian lawyers. I encourage everyone that I'm intentional about this issue of being the welfare secretary. And I am ready and
We have the authority and we have exercised it. We have offed the mic. Please sit down. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and your priorities. I'm happy to see you. Please go ahead and tell us your priorities, your vision, why we should cast our vote for you. Thank you. As the welfare secretary of our noble profession association.
Good afternoon, everyone, learners, seniors, and my fellow colleagues. My name is Chiwendu Gochuku, and I am here putting up myself for the position of National Welfare Secretary. I am a graduate from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye. So, are they great or white here? Great or white? So, I am a graduate from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye. And I work with the National Human Rights Commission, the Lagos State Office. And I have also served my branch as a welfare secretary. And if you know that I did excellently well. First and foremost, welfare is about empathy. Once you don't have the spirit of empathy, you can't do welfare. It's not about the speaking, it's not about the talks. It's about first human empathy. How do I empathize with my colleagues? Now, welfare is all encompassing. Like he said, it's not about booking rooms for NEC meetings. It's all encompassing, including young lawyers. It's all encompassing, including members living with disability. Like when I was the welfare secretary, we were the first to ever create a forum for lawyers living with disability. And I think we have done well and have done better. Lawyers living with disability, we also have to include our members, our aged members too, and also how to do with health insurance. We know we have issues with health insurance, accessibility of the hospital and the rest of it. We would remove every bottleneck that is involved in it to make every effort in subscribing to health insurance seamless. Now it's not about the talks, it's about the doing. Have I done it before? Yes. Can I do it better? Yes. Trust me, your welfare is at the best with me. Thank you.
Please sit down. Though you still have 1 more minute, but if you are done, you are done. That's good. Thank you. Okay, so, welfare secretary. I would like to ask you questions that you will answer in 1 minute each. Welfare initiatives, they require funding. And the question is to both of you. How do you intend to finance these programs without placing additional burden on members?
Thank you so much for the question. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for that question. I believe in what Galileo Galilei said. He said, measure what can be measured. Make measurable that which cannot be measured. We are going to employ kinetics and non-kinetic science to ensure that we do not spend much. That is why I'm saying a functional website where we'll submit our data and these things will be supplied through the internet. It doesn't cost much. I'm not a wealthy practitioner, but I think if we persuade elders, persuade NEC, and persuade whoever is going to be the president, I think they will buy that idea. So it is not going to be difficult. It is not, like I said earlier, renting rooms. And for a colleague that is assaulted, for me to go, it's not going to be hard.
Thank you. Over to you.
So, how do we get this welfare? Now, it is two-way thing. One, we can approach our seniors. And one thing I know about MBA elders that once they see you have a laudable project, they key into it. Two, synergizing with, cooperating with corporate organizations, bringing them in and making them understand that this is a laudable project and they can give us subsidized rates. We've done it in MBA and we can do it without putting a lot of pressure on members. So that is the way, and all that means that we can to ensure that members do not suffer a lot of burden. Thank you.
Okay. What is your vision for the Office of the National Welfare Secretary? In 30 seconds, can you tell us your three priorities that you will do in the first year of your administration if you are elected? Not you. Let us start.
Okay, first, my three priorities are: one, young lawyers. Now, we see that we have a young lawyer group, but there's something Olamide Akpata did. He ensured that the YLF chairman is a member of the executive. So, therefore, he is in decision making of the executives. And so he can speak for his people. So, first thing first, bring them to the table. We can do it. Bring them to the table so they can have a voice at the decision making process of the bar. Two, lawyers with disability and lawyers with disability and
I will extend the time. Continue.
To ensuring that our lawyers with disability get the adequate inclusiveness they have in their bar. Now, we just have a furor for it. They've started well, but we could do better. And finally, ensuring that the welfare office is an office that when everybody knows that I have a welfare secretary, they are confident that their needs will be well met. That is all.
Thank you very much. Over to you, please, Mr. Osaige.
Thank you so much. Let me start by relating the principle of collectivity of empathy, that you cannot be a shepherd until you are first a sheep. I've been two-time Young Lawyers Forum chairman. I know their challenges, and I will ensure that the young lawyers are properly taken care of. To our colleagues with disabilities, we shall ensure that we persuade NEC so that they do not pay any money, or little token should be paid for them to access the NHIS. Then for police harassment, I shall liaise with the first vice president, and I shall ensure that any lawyer who is harassed will not only be disciplined internally, we will take him to the Amnesty International, which I'm a proud member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How will your tenure be different from what's the new thing you're going to do? Day in, day out, we have welfare secretary. What's the new thing?
Okay. There will be quite innovations. Like now, we still follow the analog style of submitting our NHIS forms and all that. Like I earlier said, we will create a platform in the MBA website or a separate website if our website is overburdened, to ensure that we seamlessly send our encrypted medical details to the NHIS with little or no fee. I shall be at the neck to also advocate that these things should be reduced, the cost should be reduced for Nigerian lawyers. The economy is quite difficult.
Yes, please. A round of applause, please. It is not easy sitting here answering these questions.
One thing I will do better is more synergy with the branches. as a welfare secretary then, we found out that there was no synergy between the branch and the national body. More synergy, so our members at the grassroots will understand the welfare packages that the branches, the national is giving, and also to understand the type of welfare packages they need. Because what is a welfare package to somebody in Lagos is different from that of one in Mina. Because when we transverse in canvassing for vote, I found out that different needs meet different geographical region. So that is it, more inclusive.
Okay, finally from me, but not finally from me, what do you think is the most pressing? I know both of you have talked about the young lawyers, people living with disability, but what do you think is the most pressing welfare need of the generality of MBA members, senior lawyers? What are your thoughts on that? And I would like you to start.
We are witnessing in our contemporary times medical issues like that of high blood pressure. It has been so common, and we have lost a lot of colleagues. And the need for a proper health, because a healthy lawyer is a wealthy lawyer. And I would not, by my position, I would not allow any Nigerian lawyer to be molested. Like I said, I'm ready to go 5,000 feet below the seabed for Nigerian lawyers.
Thank you very much.
I think one of the most pressing needs for person welfare needs is trust. An average Nigerian lawyer do not trust their leaders. So one thing I will build is building the trust between the Nigerian lawyers and their leaders. So whatever welfare package you bring to them, they will trust and be happy that, yes, my leader is giving me this. So I think one of the most pressing welfare needs is trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you. These are your officers vying for the position of secretary, welfare secretary, the people that, give us the palliatives. So any questions for them, or they should take a bow? There's a question. It's supposed to be an interactive engagement section.
Good. Okay, so I have two questions. Number one, so many young lawyers don't know about this health insurance and the health insurance scheme, talk less of benefiting from it. So how would you address this? That's question one. Then number two, on workplace harassment. So especially for young lawyers, I know quite a number, most especially NYSC associates, like for both gender, male and female. So how will you enhance that there are avenues to reporting and to reduce or totally eradicate this while maintaining confidentiality of these young lawyers, swift action and trust? Those are my questions. Thank you. Do you want me to ask them again?
Can you just simplify them and
so basically
and ask them in 30 seconds? We really must run.
Okay. So I'm saying that most people don't know about this health insurance scheme. Talk less of like sorry, I wrote them down. So talk them of benefiting from it. How will you address it? That's question one. Number two, workplace harassment. We have a lot of young lawyers that have this experience from their law firms, and both male and female lawyers. So my question is, how will you be able to, what avenue do you have for us young lawyers reporting this matter and also protecting the confidentiality of this young lawyer? That's my question.
Okay, thank you so much. As welfare secretary, I cannot work alone. I must work with branches. There must be a platform where I can interact with welfare secretaries and young lawyers forum chairmen of our various branches. And once a matter is reported, we'll visit the branch to know what has happened and give a proper evaluation and reports to NEC concerning workplace harassment. Then for the issue of National Health Insurance Scheme, it is statutory. There's a provision of the law which makes it statutory. And that is why I said we will employ technology. It should be in our website. It is something that we'll be singing. It will become like a mantra so that people have that awareness.
Thank you. Okay, we issue with NHIS. That's why I said more synergy with the branches. And I also work with the publicity secretary to ensure that this information are out there for members to see. Secondly, with workplace harassment, that is one particular subject that is very sensitive to me. And as one who works in the National Merit Commission, these are aspects that are very, very sensitive, and we know how to work. I will employ my experience as National Merit Commission staff, ensuring that we have a platform where we can report such abuses anonymously, because I know sometimes the victims don't want to put up themselves, so they can actually report anonymously, and then we.
Thank you very much. And these are your contestants for the position. Please, you may take a bow. Thank you. Up next, and we are going to move very quickly, is the candidate vying for the position of the treasurer, Mrs. Esther Ifoma. She's unopposed, but she still needs to come and talk to us. Let us know what our priorities are. You may just go straight there. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good morning, distinguished Leonard Silk, seniors and colleagues. All protocols duly observed. My name is Esther Ifoma Jimo. I'm the immediate past vice chairman of MBA Lagos branch, a governing council member of the MBA Women Forum, and current treasurer of FIDA Nigeria Ikeja branch. I will not want to delve into the roles that I've actually occupied within the MBA, both within and outside, but a detailed information about my CV, my manifesto, and campaign materials are contained in the magazine released by the ECMBA, specifically from pages 238 to 250. So going straight to what I intend to do, even though, like has been said, I'm unopposed, but I still have proposals, that I intend to work with the National Executive Committee with. And first of all, the first one is timely execution of my roles. As we all know, the responsibilities of the treasurer are outlined in the Constitution, specifically in section 9(5)(g) of the 2015 Constitution as amended in 2025. So the first is timely execution of these roles, and then transparency. I'm going to ensure that the financial dealings of the association are transparent in order to ensure that we maintain a high standard of accountability. Number two, I'm going to ensure that these are proposals. It's not like the final decisions are with me, but I'm going to propose that we have a web repository of all approved financial reports emanating from the Office of the Treasurer, such that any member of the association can go to this website, which are going to be limited to or accessible by just members only. You can go to these portals within the website and download or view whatever you want to do with the approved financial reports that have been rendered by the treasurer. Number three is cost-saving proposals, where I find it necessary and expedient in the best interest of the association. I'm going to make cost-saving proposals to the NEC for the benefit of the association. And then number four is a comprehensive review of MBA's investment proposals. I'm sure we have a lot of investments here and there. I will propose that we conduct a comprehensive review of this investment portfolio, to see the ones that are doing well and the ones that are not doing well, and see where we can negotiate for better interest or returns on those investments. Number five, I intend to advocate for reduced conference fees. Every conference that we have within the MBA, I intend to advocate for reduced conference fees for our members with disability, because it's unfair that we expect that, they have the same earning capacity. They may, but I don't think necessarily that they have the same earning capacity as able-bodied members. And so it will be unfair to expect that they will be making the same payment as able-bodied members. So I'm going to propose that conference fees payable by these our colleagues are reduced to the barest minimum. So that's number six. And
please, do you have questions for Ms. Esther Ifoma-Jimo. Questions from Ms. Esther Ifoma-Jimo? Questions? Anyone? Okay. Did I hear yes? She can take a bow. But before she does, she's going to be handling our money. She needs to ask. She needs to. Yes, is there somebody?
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. My name is Oluwa Shoguayola. So I will allude to an issue that happened between a past president and a treasurer that became a drama. If you're in a situation where you have a financial decision to take that in your strongest belief does not align with best practices, and the president is trying to force you to take that decision, how would you handle such a situation?
Okay, thank you for that question. Going straight to the point, no person is an island. No matter what you think, your thoughts or your beliefs are, you are not in that office to work for yourself alone or to take decisions alone. I'm going to be a member of the National Executive Committee, and I believe that whatever decisions are being carried out would have been deliberated within the committee and agreed to be carried out. So I don't think there's going to be anything like anybody is forcing anybody. If issues arise, definitely they will be thrown to vote, and the majority would always carry, the vote. So whatever decision has been agreed within the NEG will definitely be carried out. I'm a team player. I'm not a troublemaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One more question from there, and we'll wrap it up. Please, can I get the mic to her over there?
My question is very simple. In a situation where you are sidelined and you're not being carried along in the executive, what will you do?
Because of the interest of time, that question is practically the same thing as the one she has answered.
I'm sorry, man. She said she's a team player, not a troublemaker. That line alone is, for me, what if she's sidelined?
Okay.
We're talking about finances, man.
Answer in 30 seconds.
So, trust me, there's not going to be anything like sidelining. I served as the vice chairman of MBA Lagos branch, and thankfully, my chairman is here, and he can attest to the fact that I'm a team player. There's not going to be anything like sidelining. We are all working for the best interest of the association. Thank you.
One question from me. You can take a seat. No, but one question for me. How do you ensure that every MBA member can easily understand how their practicing fees and other resources are being utilized?
Okay. I think I
personally would like to know.
Okay, I think it still boils down to transparency.
Okay.
Like I mentioned, we're going to ensure that every financial dealing of the association, is transparent. So whatever it is that the association does with monies, we would account for it. There's going to be financial reports, at every meeting, which is going to be accessible by every member. So there's not going to be anything hidden. Every member would definitely see what their monies are being used for.
Thank you very much. Dear Mrs. Esther Ifoma-Jimo, you may please take a bow. A round of applause. Please, can you clap for her? Any member that has come out, put out themselves to offer service to our noble association needs to be well appreciated. Moving on, we are going to be calling on all of the aspirants vying for the position of Assistant General Secretary in no particular order. Will Mr. Chiduabo Prince Harry Mama please come up? Miss Gladys Agogo Okpomo, please come up. Osato Hawen Uwaigo, please come up. Mr. Benjamin Emeka Enyiagu, please come up. Thank you very much. Chimbago. Okay, what about Mr. Benjamin Emeka Enyiagu? Okay. Chinduabo, Prince Harry, Mama, please, your time starts now. You may sit if you want, or you may stand. Okay, it's time. Can you reset the timer, please, in the interest of fairness?
Good morning, gentlemen of the bar. The distinguished leaders of the bar, I greet you all. My name is Chiduabo Prince Henry Mama, the former Assistant Secretary of the Premier Bar, Onitsha. The former Assistant Secretary. Please, I'm contesting for National Assistant General Secretary. Having the privilege of being here today, my learners, distinguished members of the bar, looking at the person standing here, as serving as the former Assistant General Secretary of Onitsha Bar. Let me not repeat Premier Bars. So I have served as Assistant Secretary, and I'm running for National Assistant Secretary. I have done noble during my service as Assistant Secretary, and presently I'm a member of a National Litigation Committee of MBA. We are the one concerned about taking charges and the problem that lawyers faces all over the country, each and every one of these. We are the one making sure that lawyers are being safe in any way and in any place they find themselves. Having brought myself out to serve for Assistant General Secretary of the bar, if given the privilege, I have the requisite, I have the capacity, and I have the assistant. Having studied public administration as my first degree, and political science as the second degree, and equally did my master's in public administration before returning back to read law. I have the requisites, and I have the capacity, and I know that being there, I will perform well. Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you very much. We may please sit down. Okay, I will call on the next candidate, Miss Osato Awen Uwaigbo. Uwagboy. I apologize for not pronouncing your name well.
That's fine, ma. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. Permit me to stand on all established protocol. My name is Osato Hame Uwagboy, but fondly called Osato Uwagboy. I currently serve as the Secretary of the Administration of Criminal Justice Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association and a member of the National Executive Council, that's NEC, of the NBA. I've been there since 2022. I present myself as a candidate for the office of Assistant General Secretary. Oftentimes, people have told me that Assistant General Secretary is a small role, so why put in so much effort? It seems small, but trust me, it is not. The General Secretary cannot do everything in the Secretariat. Not only the Secretariat, but he has to serve 140-something members. And that is where I want to come in as your Assistant General Secretary. I'm not coming to basically reinvent the wheel, but I want to give you a Secretariat that is responsive, a Secretariat that is efficient, and a Secretariat that is accessible. A lot of people do not know what goes on at the Secretariat, but that's why I want to come in. I want you to know how it works. I want to ensure that your documents, your stamp, your seals are delivered timely. Whatever petition you bring into the Secretariat, you must have someone who will answer to you. And that is where I want to come in. So I present myself as Assistant General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Over time, people say when they go in, they cannot reach out to the General Secretary, they cannot reach out to the NBA President, but I'm certain that you should be able to reach out to the Assistant General Secretary. You should be able to have someone you can lay your complaint to. You should be able to have someone who will build on what has already been established in the Nigerian Bar Association Secretariat. And that is where I want to come in as the Assistant General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osato. Okay. Ms. Gladys Agogo Okpomo. Over to you, please.
Good afternoon, Premier Bar. My name is Agogo Gladys Okpomo, also known as I Am Agogo. By God's grace, I'm the past welfare secretary of my branch. I'm the past facilitator, women facilitator of my branch. Actually started my journey as the treasurer of CLAG, that's the Core Members Association, where I was serving. And later, I served the Young Lawyers Forum as the Assistant General Secretary, and I served as a secretary of the Law Week Planning Committee. Now, that tells you one thing, that I have been a team player, a very reliable team player. I'm contesting for the office of Assistant General Secretary. And as you all know, the Secretariat, I can assure you that is the most important, let's say the most important body in the association. Most of us don't know what goes on in the Secretariat. This year, I've had several complaints. Please, my seal, I applied for seal since January. This is, in short, last year, January. As at November, they had not gotten their seal. How do we solve these issues? These are issues that need to be solved. The Secretariat is there for you. Have you had, I don't know, but I've actually had it. Most times, you call the executives and they don't pick. But I, Agogo Gladys Okpomo, I am here to serve you. Call my number when you need something to be done. And that is why, when I tell you I am the reliable assistant, see, I have served my branch, and you know what it is. See, in my opinion, it is easier to serve at the national level. But you see these branch people that you see every day, it is not easy. I am a team player. There's one thing I stand for, unity. I am not an author of confusion, no. You will never find me there. So, trust me, you would want a reliable assistant for your president, for your secretary. You would want a reliable assistant. And again, there's something else I would want to do at the Secretariat. I realize that there is serious disconnection between the branch, the executive, and the Secretariat. Most times, I have reached out to my executive. I'm like, sorry, please, I need this thing sorted out. I realize that they are confused themselves. This year, someone reached out to me in respect of Notary Public. They needed their, okay, I'm looking at the time. They needed their payment receipts for some years. And I realized, I reached out to somebody. That person was equally as confused as I am. That is an issue that needs to be solved. We need a responsive secretariat. We need a secretariat that would listen to you whenever you have any inquiries. So I think probably when you ask us what we want to do, I would actually tell you how I hope to solve that problem. Thank you. Agogo.
She knows the question I want to ask her already. Imagine. And for that, I will not ask you what you want to do. Should I ask her? Okay, you ask her. Let's take questions from the audience. Questions from... They have said quite a number of things. I would expect that, at least it will... You want to interrogate some of the issues they have highlighted. I don't want to be the only one asking questions here. Questions for our candidates vying for the position of Assistant General Secretary. Okay, there's somebody there. Thank you very much. Please, can I have the mic taken to her?
Good morning, good afternoon, our highly distinguished learned silk, seniors and colleagues. My aspect is basically on this delay of the stamping. What templates are you going to put in place to speed it out? And aside that, every other process that also needs the Secretariat to be functional with accelerated speeds, cutting out all these bottleneck bureaucracies. What specific mandates, templates, or assurance are you going to give us on that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If you go under the section 5, solve F, I, and II, it states about the function of assistant secretary being there. An assistant secretary mainly is to assist the secretariat when the secretary is not there. But coming to the issue of the cell, if I'm being assigned the role of taking care of the cell, I have done it at my branch level. And being a public administrator, I have the requisite. I know they say the problem people are having over the cell. And the former and the outgoing secretary promise of a digital cell. If given the privilege, we can implement that digital cell, that you can be at the comfort of your house, you print the cell on your own, and you start using it. Thank you.
Yes, please. Osato.
You talked about bottlenecks and delay for bringing stamps. I think there was a NEC meeting where the current MBA president said that there's usually workload. So whoever is the MBA becomes the next MBA president and general secretary. I would love to have a conversation with them that, look, if it is only one vendor that is handling our stamps and is causing delay, then let's bring in another. But if you can handle it, then let there be a timeline. If you know that, okay, you need this number of entries to come in a week, are you going to deliver it in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How efficient are you in handling all these things? And then you talked about bottlenecks. I think these things all deserve is about communication. The current general secretary and assistant general secretary, they are doing very well. But in my manifesto, I said that we want something that is efficient, build on what has already been established, and refine what is done. So when we go in there, whatever we think is a problem, whatever we see as a problem, we take it out and we make sure that we serve members of the association better. Thank you.
I'll go.
Okay. So I think that I'm not that person that give in to monopoly. Why are we using one vendor? If one vendor is not efficient and effective, why can't we get, even if it's 2 vendors or 3 vendors? Then I actually inquired because I asked one of the executives and I said, okay, what is the issue? And I was told, well, it's those that are sending it, they didn't send it. Why are we using one company? If that company is not doing the right thing, sorry, as a leader in my office, those that have worked with me know me. Once you don't do the right thing, I'll get the next person that is ready to do the right thing. So we are working for lawyers. And I think time is of essence. We need to be swift. We need to be proactive. If these persons are not ready to make money, my dear, there are 1,001 vendors that are ready to make money and would change them immediately.
Thank you very much. In 30 seconds, if you disagree with the General Secretary, given that your role is complementary, how are you going to handle it? 30 seconds. On administrative matters, let's go start. 30 seconds.
Okay, well, I think we're all the friends. If I disagree, it's just to give the secretary time, sit him down. After some time, sit him down. I will talk things over and come to a level playground.
Thank you very much. Osato.
Thank you. I think every national officer will want to work in accordance with what is stated in the NBA Constitution. I don't think anybody will want to go beyond that. But if I have a disagreement with the General Secretary, who will be my boss in the office, I think I will have to ask him, why is he disagreeing with me? So that he will let me know where there is any error and where we can work on. I will take a lead from Mrs. Jimo. I'm a team player. So if there's any problem, of course, I should respect him enough to say, tell me what is wrong with my idea and tell me how I can refine it and how to improve on it.
Thank you very much. And
well, I thank God that all the main contestants are men. They are men like me. So I don't think I'll have any problem with them. We'll go to somewhere, we'll sit down as man and man, we'll sort it out. I believe that taking 1 ball or 2 ball or clubbing together
please let us
is
maintain.
just to
Let's
solve the
hear
whole
him
problem.
out.
So, and looking at me, all of them are my friends. And I believe in unity and being a family. Because a team player work together. Even in family, it's a family that prays together, work together. So when we gather as a family I believe there will not be problem.
Thank you very much, all of the aspirants vying for the position of Assistant General Secretary. May you please leave. You may take a bow. Please give them a round of applause. And going on, moving on, thank you very much. We are going to be calling Pebble Inyobokun Irene, who is vying for the position of third Vice President. Irene Inyobokun. Inyobong, Pebble. Not around. Okay. And for the position of the second Vice President, Iga Nuhu John. No. It's the first Vice President. It's the second I'm taking. Is Mr. Iga Nuhu John here? Okay. To the extent that these two persons are not here, my job is done here. Thank you very much for having me. I take a bow.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Esson, for a wonderful job. Please, I think she deserves a resounding ovation as she leaves the stage. Thank you very, very much, Doctor. So we just concluded the first half of this wonderful session. Time is not on our friend, and so we quickly go to the second half. This second half will be moderated by a man I respect a lot, a former chairman of the Premier Bar. Please make welcome Mr. Alex Moka.
Thank you. Are you having fun? Okay. Well, you know, part of the essence of today's event is I'm certain that a lot of you, I see black caps, blue caps, red caps. And that suggests to me that the people wearing them haven't quite made up their minds where they stand. So they are wearing the cap because they are considering, but it's possible that their minds might, you know, potting is allowed, okay? And that is the essence of today's event. You think you stand somewhere, and you listen to them, and suddenly you say, oh, wow, I think I need to pot. Or your mind is not made up, okay? So we will help you make up your mind today. Now, the last segment of the town hall is to bring up the aspirants for what I personally consider the three least important offices in the Nigerian Bar Association. The office of GS, the office of First Vice President, and that very lowly office of President of the Nigerian Bar Association. You agree? Thank you. So we will quickly go into the aspirants for the office of General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. And you will join me in making welcome up on stage. Sorry, I need one more chair. Thank you. You join me in welcoming up on stage, in no particular order of importance, Mr. Afamefuna Okudili Okeke. Mr. Bat Okoye Aniche. Mr. Chidi Vic Ezenwafo. Sorry, part of your job here is to clap now. He may not be your candidate, but please clap for all of them. Dr. Rapuluchuku Ernest Nduka. Mr. Nebuka Onyebuchi Nweze. And finally, Mr. Oke Leo Ohagba. Ladies, that applause you must give to everybody, please. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Now, for the office of GS, right, we will stress again, this is not a campaign rally. Nobody has paid us to do this, okay? It's merely an opportunity for members of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch, our primary constituency, and by extension, lawyers across the country who may be here or who are streaming this event, to assess the ideas, the leadership philosophy, and the vision of those who are seeking to serve in one position or the other in our association. So we will give everybody equal opportunity. Somebody is missing. Okay, we'll give each person equal opportunity to speak, okay? So the format will be, and this is instructions to the 5 of you. You will each have 5 minutes to make a presentation and possibly sell yourself. And we will be brutal with time. It's a 5-minute countdown, please. Hello? It's a 5-minute countdown, please, okay? Now, after that, there will be a very quick Q&A. I will pose a question which you will take in turns, okay, for 2 minutes. So we will start 5 minutes, and you can speak seated, or you may wish to come to the podium. So we will go first. Mr. Oke Leo Ohagba.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I stand on the protocol as established. Okay, Leo Ohaba from Port Harcourt branch of the NBA, a former first assistant general secretary of the NBA 2016 to 2018, a former national secretary of the Young Lawyers Forum. Today, I am seeking your support to step into the big shoe of General Secretary of NBA. What I am bringing to the table is innovation. The world is going innovative. We must not take last. I have an unyielding passion for innovation. I'm a disruptor of all analog and anachronistic administrative processes. And that is why I believe that the Secretariat of MBA must move with the speed of innovation. Gentlemen, as you are seated here, because there is no time, I want you to move with me. Bring out your gadgets and your phones. Type in www.okisok.com. Follow my profile and manifesto right here. You will see what we are proposing for the Secretariat. It is a 6-point cardinal agenda for the MBA Secretariat that sent us on transformation, innovation, tech-driven. I am pledging to replicate the IBA model secretariat for the MBA. Some of you who are senior or mid-aged lawyers here know about the International Bar Association. You sit in the comfort of your homes, and on the click of a button, your questions are answered. Why can't we replicate that within the MBA? I speak innovation, I walk innovation. When I served on the Board of Corporate Affairs Commission between 2013 to 2015, yours truly led the e-revolution that bettered the full automation that you have for the CSC incorporation processes today. I did that because I believe that you must not sit within the curve. You must think outside. Innovation is a way of life. Somebody mentioned about the having young lawyers today in the ESCO of branches. Anytime I sit, all I'll be thinking is, how do we move further? How do we move away from here to something more positive? In 2021 MBA conference in Port Harcourt at the AGM, I am the one who moved the motion that young lawyers, chairman and secretary should be made members of the ESCO, expanded ESCO of the branches, since that is replicated at the national. I did not stop there. The office of assistant publicity secretary was slated for scrapping at that same constitutional amendment 2021. I was the one who moved the motion that if we scrap this office, how do we ensure that the young lawyers are carried on in the leadership of MBA? My motion was sustained by Olumide Abata. Gentlemen, all I am here to ask you is support me. Let us ignite a passion that will move the MBA Secretariat from the analog to the digital. Everything I have proposed is, today we don't have a call center for the MBA. It is there in my manifesto. You can see from the online, from the mobile app, from the portal that will be enhanced, the digital stamp, a good idea. We need to enhance on it. While we will make sure that within 72 hours, the manual application, if you don't get your stamp within 72 hours, the staff involved will tell us why a lawyer who applied for stamp should not have it within 72 hours. While we fine-tune the digital aspect that is ongoing. We need to restructure the MBA Secretariat and ensure that the staff are well taken care of, that there are key performance indicators that are monitored. Gentlemen, log into with my website, read through my manifesto, okisok.com. The bar, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite up on stage Dr. Rapuluchukwu Nduka to speak to us for 5 minutes exactly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. I've held several positions in the NBA, but especially I'm a past National Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. I served under the Olumide Abata regime. And I believe that everyone here who was a lawyer within 2020 and 2022 will attest to the fact that we changed the face of publicity in the Nigerian Bar Association. Before I became the public secretary, people used to complain that there was absence of information. By the time I was through with the MBA, people complained about information overload because we told them what was going on in the MBA at every point in time. And you can look back and go back to your emails, you will see the emails that were sent there, and it always had my name, Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. And today I want to be the next General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. But I'll tell you something that happened to me that made me start getting some keen interest in what goes on in the MBA. Several years back, after I'd finished my master's in information technology and telecommunications law, I had an opening at The Hague, at the ICC, and I wanted to apply as a prosecutor at The Hague. And when I applied, one of the requirements for application was that I would get a letter of good standing from the MBA. And then I went to everywhere. I couldn't get any information about how to get a letter of good standing. And several years later, I went to the Supreme Court and they were just doing ping pong and I never got the letter. That was how I lost that opportunity of going to The Hague as a prosecutor. And then it shaped my mentality about what the MBA should be. And I told myself I would like to contribute to making this association a better association. And so I want to tell you, first of all, I had a master's in information technology and telecommunications law, and my PhD is in cyber law. And I don't think there's a better secretary that will drive a technology-driven secretariat than someone who has a PhD in cyber law. And I want to bring all these things to bear. And so that thing shaped my understanding of what the secretariat should actually be. A very responsive secretariat that once you make a complaint, within 12 to 24 hours, somebody must respond to your complaint. And once you make an application to the MBA, at least 5 working days, somebody must have been done with that application. Now, one of the ideas is this: have an MBA service charter once I get into office. And that service charter is to hold everybody accountable that once something gets into this place, once there's a request in this place, somebody must be bound to respond to it. And if somebody does not respond to it, then somebody has to take a fall for it. And we must define the timelines, the working hours, 12 to 24 hours for every request. Somebody must acknowledge it, whether you would answer, whether we have a solution to that or not. Somebody must respond to it. And every request, within 5 working days, somebody must deal with that request. Now, one of the things I want to do, name change application, for example, the women have a problem with that. I said at the Supreme Court. One of the things I intend to do is that will be carried by the Secretariat. You don't need to go to the Supreme Court again. All you need to do is to go to the Secretariat, and they will help you to facilitate the name change at the Supreme Court because they have the data. Every of our platform must have every record not disappearing at some point in time. Your receipt, your certificate, your letter of good standing, every single thing must be stored there. And so if you want to apply for senior advocate 10 years later, you can go back to your portal and you will find it, and it will not disappear. That's one of the things that we must do at the Secretariat. Now, I've had a lot of engagement with people in the diaspora, and one of the complaints that they keep having is that there's a disconnect between the MBA and the national and those who are outside Nigeria. One of the things that we'd also do is to bridge the gap. First of all, we will make sure that we have a table for somebody who is assigned to the people in the diaspora to engage with them and deal with every complaint that they have. And so we also make sure that we have direct links of all the branches. Their website will be in a direct place so that once you want to pay for something in a particular branch, and maybe you're outside Nigeria, you go to that one portal and it sends you to the link of Lagos branch, Ibadan branch, or whatever branch that you want to get into. We also need to make sure that the stamp applications, maximum 2 weeks, everybody should get their stamps. Now, one of the things I did as a public secretary was that I was the one that established then during the Olumide Abacha regime that when you want to apply for your stamp, you send an email. Like, you don't need to go to your branch to make the application again. Send in all your information.
Thank you, Doctor. Is that applause for him or for yourself? Now, there's an aspirant who looks kind of like me, but I suspect he's older. So join me in welcoming to make his sales speech for 5 minutes, Mr. Afam Okeke.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me first of all thank MBA Lagos branch for this opportunity. The Premier Bar, you always set the pace. My name is Afam Okeke, and I present myself to you to serve you as your General Secretary, 2026 to 2028, with your support and by the grace of God. For me, if service is beneath you, then leadership is beyond you. I have served MBA faithfully, first as the pioneer chairman of Young Lawyers Forum of my branch. I have served as secretary of my branch, and I have served as chairman, MBA Abuja branch. And Abuja branch being the second largest branch after Lagos branch, is a very big branch to handle. And having served faithfully, I'm sure and certain that I have what it takes to serve you as your General Secretary. I won't bore you with what I have done in the past as record of service, but I'll move straight to my roadmap for our National Secretariat. For me, we all own the association. Without the members, there's no association. So the Secretariat must serve all of us. We are not paying the staff of the Secretariat to lord over us. They are there to serve us. My mantra is accessible Secretariat. Secretariat should be accessible whether you are practicing in Potiskum or Shobo, wherever you are. The Secretariat belongs to all of us. let me start with the low-hanging fruits. We all complain about delays in stamp application, but I think it's something that we can solve using technology. Thankfully, the team for the Law Week is lawyering in digital age, navigating technology. We can also deploy technology to make the Secretariat work for all of us. It's very simple. We all send couriers, mails from Lagos to other cities, and you have the ability to track your mails from your office, from the comfort of your homes. And I believe it's something that we can do. We can deploy technology. We can deploy an app. Once you go to your portal, you can track from the point of application. Once you apply for stamp, you can track the process. Within 48 hours, the stamp should be delivered. At every point in time, there shouldn't be any gap. There shouldn't be any delay. And again, I think that we should be able to deploy technology. You have a toll-free line for our members to access the Secretariat. Going back to the welfare of members, because it's not all about stamp, it's not about payment of bar practice fee. MBA should work for its members. And I'll use Lagos branch as an example. Under the last administration of Lagos branch, BC Makunju's administration, I remember MBA Lagos branch had a partnership with Uber. Members of Lagos branch enjoy certain discounts. I think that is something that we should do at the national level. We have the numbers. We should make our number work for us to the benefits of our members. During the regime of Austin Alege SAN, we had what we call that time affinity card that will enable lawyers to access discount in Arik Air as at that time and some hotels. I think it's something that we need to revisit so that members, because we travel a lot from one city to the other, going for a meeting, representing clients and doing our cases, we can reinvent it so that our members can take advantage of our numbers and benefit and have certain % discount on airlines, select airlines and hotels. Again, when we talk about welfare for young lawyers, it's not all about handout or giving free food at conferences. No. Young lawyers need empowerment. They are ready to work. I will promote free practical training for our members, particularly the young lawyers, so that they can expand their scope of practice and earn more. Because when you expand your scope of practice, you'll be able to earn more as a lawyer. You don't need MBA to give you any handout for that. Then I will have to touch quickly on the issue of health insurance scheme, which has to do with the welfare secretariat of the NBA, but the general secretary coordinates all that. Most of our members are not aware of the health insurance scheme. I think it's important for us to bring it to the fore, create more awareness because of the type of work we do, the health challenges and the side effects. We need to take care of ourselves while serving our clients and serving the association. So we promote a situation whereby the MBA will take some of the burden off our members and enroll our members.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Bath Okoye Aniche to sell himself to us for 5 minutes. Please, can you encourage him with a resounding round of applause?
Thank you so much. See, I'm not too tall, so I want to stand out from the rostrum so that you'll be seeing me. Otherwise, you will be seeing the rostrum and be hearing my voice. My name is Bat. Good evening, gentlemen and learned colleagues. Learned senior advocates present. My name is Bat Okoye Aniche. I'm of Aba branch of the MBA. And I was called to the bar in 1991. I have served the MBA in several capacities. In 2004, or between 2004 and 2006, I was the National Publicity Secretary. Between 2006 and 2008, I was the National Welfare Secretary. Then between 2008 and 2010, I was the 3rd Vice President. Now, I am here to present myself to you to serve as the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. You know, all of us are talking about election. But The truth of the matter is that let's visit experience. Let's visit service to the bar. That's just why I'm running for the office of the General Secretary. You know, in 2006, I was in the executive committee that created section on business law, section on legal practice, Young Lawyers Forum, and MBA Women's Forum. You can check that out. So we've been moving on. We've been moving on. This is the time of technology. We are into it too. We are not drawing back, maybe because we are old. No. Because technology has not come to take your place as a lawyer. But if you don't come up, technology will take your place. So I am vying for the office of the General Secretary, and I have 4 points I want you to look at, and all that will guide me if by the grace of God and by your support I win as the General Secretary. 1, if I win, I will serve the bar with integrity. I will encourage accountability and probity. I will encourage innovation with ethics. It's not just innovation. I will encourage innovation with ethics. I will encourage inclusiveness. I promise you that. I was able to serve in the other offices I did because of your support. As of 2004, I had tried to go all through the branches. For example, this Lagos branch, I can't remember, but I know I associated with a former chairman. Some of them, I think, are late now, like Chief Baderinwa, Akim Bote. Those were the people, Folusho, brother to Afro, those were the people we worked with during our time. But we are still on. I promise you that if by your support I get to the office of the General Secretary, I am going to be ruthlessly effective in that office. Business instead of games. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You have helped us with time. Now, for this segment, last but by no means least, may I invite to speak to us Mr. Chidi Vic Ezenwafo. Please clap for him.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think Lagos is biased. My other opponents got better applause. What is it? Thank you. I don't want to feel threatened by the fact that I'm not getting an applause. My name is Chidi Ezenwafo. Thank you. My pleasure. My name is Chidi Ezenwafo, and I am here to seek your support, seek your votes. I'm running for the office of General Secretary of the NBA. And for me, the office of the General Secretary is the engine room of our association. And so when we talk about running for the office, when we present ourselves, we must look at competence, track record, and service. As far as track record and service to the NBA goes, I served last as the secretary of NBA Abuja branch. And I took a moribund branch. I say that because as at the time I came into office, our branch was coming from crisis. We had no branch office, we had no institutional record, we had nothing. My personal office at Ezenwafo & Co., you can check us out at www.ezenwafo & Co. My office served as the branch secretariat for 2 years. Personal office. My colleagues in chambers were the branch ad hoc staff for 2 years. There were people on our payroll and we provided service to the branch. It will interest you to know that as at the time we left office, every position in NBA Abuja branch was contested. That was where we had taken the branch to. Now, I have also served as, about 16 years ago, a member of the National Executive Council of the YLF. I was the treasurer in that council. And it will interest the young lawyers in the room to know that I was chairman of the first constitution drafting committee of the YLF, and I imposed 7 years as the cutoff, the benchmark for YLF. We did that during my administration. Now, when it comes to what I propose for the MBA, it's very simple. A one-stop secretariat. Bringing the secretariat to your fingertips. What we are offering is a service-driven secretariat where, as you open your handset, you can access every service the MBA has to offer. The challenge we have today with the MBA is that there's a lot of disconnect. With the MBA, the way the secretariat is structured does not encapsulate the level of practice we do today. We have a lot of multi-jurisdictional practitioners. I'm sure a lot of them are in Lagos. But the system does not serve. While going around to engage colleagues in what we need to do, taking back feedback, one of the things you keep hearing in the room is service delivery, transparency, efficiency. Now, that is something that is lacking. Somebody said to me, if you become General Secretary, will I still have access to you? And I said, no, you don't need to know me as General Secretary. You need to engage the system. We're going to have service level agreements. You members will know what timeline you have to be responded for response from the Secretariat. So if you send in a request, within 24 hours, it will be acknowledged. And within that acknowledgement, you can track it in real time. My bank app does a whole lot. Our different services we engage, they provide this. Why can't the MBA? If you go to the MBA website today, there is no drop down for services from the MBA. You can check it out on your phone. You cannot see where you engage the MBA. It's all about payment, payment, payment. But we're going to change the experience of every member. That is what we intend to change. How every member experiences the MBA. The MBA in the comfort of your room, in the comfort of your bedroom, you access every service. I'll tell you a short story before I stop. I'm a candidate for the office of General Secretary. In February, I wrote a letter to the MBA requesting for confirmation of my practicing fee. I also wrote a reminder. I'm based in Abuja. As I speak to you right now, the MBA has not responded to me. Now, if being in Abuja, I didn't get a response, what about you in Lagos? What about the lawyer in Potiskum? Now, I offer you one-stop secretariat where all the services are available at your fingertips. Thank you, Lagos.
Thank you. I don't know how many of you right now are in my shoes. I've listened very attentively to 5 of them, and I did come away with the impression that we have been sold experience and record of long service to the MBA, and we have sold something that seems to me to be about the same kind of things in the manifesto of the aspirants. Correct? So how do we choose? How do we choose? Now, very quickly, I'm going to have very quick questions. So we must make up our minds because we will vote for one out of, there are 6 of them, one is unavoidably absent today. So I will first invite the audience. These are your General Secretary aspirants. Does anybody here, and there will only be one person, have a burning question that will help you make up your mind which of the 6 of them to vote for? And the mic goes to Madam. Madam, you will ask the question. They will all take it in turns to answer. So please, quickly, your name and your question. Thank you.
Stand on all protocols. My name is Edia, and I have a 2-pronged question to the aspirants. Now, the General Secretary is often described as the engine room of the NBA. In your view, is your primary loyalty to the President, the NEC, or the NBA Constitution? If those 3 points are different or are in different directions, which would prevail and why? The second part of the question would go in, what is one circumstance in which you would refuse to carry out a directive from the President or the NEC, even at the risk of losing political support? Please identify the constitutional principle that would require you to take that position.
Oh, well, is that a PhD thesis question? Well, I'm not on the ballot this year. So each of you will have 1 quick minute in which to articulate your response to that thesis. Down the line. A minute, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. Or is it fortunately, unfortunately, I'm the first one on the hot seat. But I would say that if you look at the NBA Constitution, the function of the General Secretary is clear. Very clear and is streamlined. And I don't see where such conflict will arise. The General Secretary is the chairman of the Secretariat Management Committee. And he has clear functions and roles. However, and I would say this with every sense of humility, I have worked with people in the past. I had a chairman as a secretary, and we did not disagree. Because first of all, we are all practitioners. First of all, we know how to engage and then relate. So if there are instructions that are outside the purview of the role of the General Secretary, naturally, I wouldn't put myself in that situation. But however, I am a team player. I will engage with the president.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The duties and responsibilities of the General Secretary are as contained in the NBA Constitution. My loyalty is to the NBA Constitution. Then I will encourage separation of powers. I will encourage separation of powers. Yes. Hello. My loyalty.
Sorry. Please start the count afresh. 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you. To answer your question, I'm saying that my loyalty will be to the NBA Constitution. Then I will maintain a very cordial relationship with the president and other national officers. Then I will encourage separation of powers. In other words, every office created by the association will be allowed to perform the functions as given to them by the Constitution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. For me, the duties of the General Secretary of the Association is clearly stated in the Constitution, Section 9E of the Constitution. You see the duties of the General Secretary. There is no way I will go outside the duties and responsibilities of the Secretary. And my loyalty is to the Constitution of the Association and members. First of all, to the Constitution of the Association and members. And as a team player, I will work harmoniously with other national officers to make sure that we will give our members a very, very good and wonderful experience during our tenure as their national officers. Then in the unlikely event I'm asked to perform any function that I know that will be against the provisions of the Constitution.
Okay, do I start?
Please go on.
Okay, thank you. So in that order, the NBA Constitution first, the NEC, and then the NBA President. But then I know that I doubt if anybody hates excellence. If you're a very excellent General Secretary, your President will definitely love you. When I was Publicity Secretary, whenever we came for NEC meetings, it was just between me and Olumide Akpata, and it was fantastic. I will be a very fantastic General Secretary that the NBA President, whoever wins, will be very proud that he would represent him anywhere, speak for the bar anywhere, and do his job excellently well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. First, if you have followed my manifesto, you will notice the consistent and intentional use of the term "we" in my manifesto. That "we" is in two folds. One is we, me and the Assistant General Secretary. The second is The team, the national office is a team. That team is led by the president of the NBA. And we must pay loyalty to the president as a team. Then that team is guided by the constitution of the NBA. So that team must work in line with the NBA constitution. So I don't know if I have taken that aspect of the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for all of them. Is that the best we can offer? Thank you. Now, I do have a question. It will help me make up my mind, okay? And I will ask it, and it's the same sequence, but this time we'll start from Mr. Okeohagba and then down the line in 1 minute with your responses. So I ask, beyond the rhetoric we've heard today, what would you say is, in your opinion, the singular most important role that the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association has to play?
Management of the Secretariat of the NBA, as enshrined in the Constitution, 95E, numero 1 to 9. The General Secretary is the custodian of the Secretariat of the NBA. The operations of the Secretariat of NBA. He is the chairman of the Secretariat Management Committee. And he drives, so the Secretariat is like the engine that runs the association. And that is why I said, to get the best from the NBA, we have to, all the complaints we're having today is because we are running semi-analog system. By the time we transform the Secretariat into a tech-driven Secretariat, all these issues will be solved. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the job of the secretary is actually three-pronged, as I think. Number one is to run a very efficient secretariat that people can always access, and even the secretary himself being very accessible. The other aspect of it is that the secretary is also supposed to be a buffer between the president and other members of the secretariat. And once the secretary runs these things and also represent the NBA and some certain things as requested by the NBA president, then you have a fantastic secretariat. Every single complaint must be dealt with within a time frame. We must have timelines for that. And once the secretary does that, then we have a fantastic secretariat. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, the Office of the General Secretary, what members expect from the Office of the General Secretary is accessibility. Accessibility. We all want a secretariat that we can be accessible to, we can reach out to anytime, any day, and have that sense of belonging to a professional association. We are not asking for too much, just that sense of belonging to a professional association, that you have an association you can access, an association that you can count on, an association that will be there for you. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. Go on, please.
Yes. Thank you so much. The members of our association are looking up to a secretariat that is being managed with integrity, accountability, inclusiveness, and accessibility. That's what they are looking up to, and that is what I am going to, if by the grace of God I emerge, that is what I'm going to encourage, and it will show. Thank you so much.
Okay, for me, the most important function of the General Secretary is to serve as the head of the Secretariat and the chief custodian of the institutional memory of the association, delivering effective, responsive service to members in accordance with its constitution and then its governing bodies. That is the most effective or the most essential work of the General Secretary. And for me, I have a bias for strategic leadership and administration and time management. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Management, and I'm also a graduate of the London School, and I'm a certified management specialist with distinction in time management. For me, delivering effective service to members is the most important function of the General Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. My mind is made up. I used to think that the singular most important role of the GS of the MBA was to dress well and project a good image. But I have been enlightened now, and my mind is made up. So please clap for them as they take their leave. Thank you. Thank you. Now, the next office is the office of First Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association. And we have 3 aspirants for that office. So please join me in making welcome up on stage Chief Ogenero Okoro. Thank you. He's followed by Mr. Lukman Laoye. Is he here? Finally, we have... please clap for him as he comes up stage. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, we have Mr. Onimisi Stephen Obajaja. Now, the ground rules. I will invite each of you in turn to make a 5-minute presentation selling your candidacy. And it will be 5 minutes. You may choose to speak from your seat or come up stage. So first, may I invite Chief Ogenero Okoro.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, my name is, as you have been told, is Chief Ogenero Okoro, and I come from the Warri branch of the MBA. Before I say anything, first I want to appreciate the Lagos branch for this wonderful forum and opportunity that will be put together for us to talk to you and interact. For my branch, Warri branch, and the Lagos branch, we have a very checkered history, and which is that we are among the 12 branches of the MBA that came together originally in 1959 to form what is today Nigeria Bar Association. So as far as the MBA is concerned, Warri branch and Lagos branch are not just joined us, but they are owners and stakeholders, and we take very much pride in that. And you can see this event speaks further to that stakeholdership that we believe in the MBA. Now, I offer myself to serve you as the next first vice president of this great association. And I have been a chairman of my branch, the Warri branch of the MBA. Before I became a chairman, I was a vice chairman. Before I became a vice chairman, I was a secretary. As a matter of fact, I started as the publicity secretary of that branch. And I am one of the very few persons that have had the rare privilege of having chaired 2 branches of the MBA. I'm not sure any other person has enjoyed that privilege. In 2016, when the full branch of the MBA was created from the Warri branch, my then chairman, Popo Martins J.O., who is here with me today, and the then president of the MBA, Austin Alege, appointed me and inaugurated me to serve as the interim chairman of a full branch. I went to that branch, I bettered it, stabilized it, and went back to my branch. The point I'm trying to make is that I am very experienced. I come here with a lot of experience that you can trust as your next first vice president. Now, from the media and the literature out there, everybody works a very strong bar, a bar that works for all Nigerians, whether within or outside the country. And how do we achieve that? For me, the first take is, when strengthen the branches of the MBA. If the branches of the MBA are strong, then the association will be strong. If the branches are weak, the association will be weak. And how do we strengthen the branches? By empowering them and making sure they are strong. And the MBA has done very well in that. The first step was during the administration of our president, Alege. He ensured that 10% of practicing fee from branches are returned to them. And with that money, the branches were strong to carry out their activities. And that activity made them more effective. And when the branches are effective, we impart and fulfill our motto, which is promoting the rule of law and attending to the welfare of members. The presidency of Olumide attempted to take it further by making that quota 20%. Somehow, it does not work. But with the MBA has even gone further now with the remuneration order. And branches are now making money. Branches that are implemented effectively are making money. And once that money is made, branches will be strong. And one of the roles of the first vice president is to supervise branches under him. I will ensure, when I become elected as the first vice president, that branches under my supervision are going to be very strong. And how do I do that? First, that 10% as allotted to branches from the practicing fee, 10% of that is for the Human Rights Committee. Because the human rights is the only way the branches actually attend to the society that we serve. I will ensure, with the cooperation of my president, that 10% is deployed for the purpose for which it is met. But first, let me state this before I go on, that the first role of a first vice is to have a seamless working relationship with Mr. President. And Mr. President, if you don't have a seamless working, you cannot achieve anything. And when your president have confidence in you, have trust in your experience, have trust in your capacity, have trust in your character, have trust in your competence, your president will trust you. And whatever idea you bring forth, the president will trust it. And that is why my slogan for my campaign is Triple C. Triple C means competence, character, capacity. And that is what I bring to the table. I'll assure you, as your first vice president, I will work with my president effectively and seamlessly that the MBA gets whatever he ought to get. Members will not complain. The best is delivered to our members, which is the first duty of our president and the National Executive Committee of the MBA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Laoye to speak to us for 5 minutes exactly.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Lukman Adekunle Laoye is my name. Past chairman, MBA Ibadan branch. Past vice chairman, MBA Ibadan branch. Past member, Council of Legal Education. Multiple nominee to NEC by past and present president. These positions have gathered huge and considerable experience, to bear in this my new the position I'm aspiring for. The duties of the vice president is as enshrined in section 8B of the Constitution, and there coordination of branches, encouraging formation of new branches, presiding over meetings in the absence of the president, and performing other duties that may be assigned by the president and the national officers. Now, beyond these duties, which I intend to perform effectively, because I'm passionate about enhancement of welfare of lawyers, I intend to propose the following program to the national officers. One, I intend to propose the setting up of a human rights litigation support fund. From this fund, young lawyers and other lawyers who are passionate about human rights litigation, who are willing to handle pro bono cases, could be given token amount ranging from 200,000 above. This is not a new innovation. It's a scheme already in place in Ibadan branch, which is funded by a senior lawyer in honor of the current Attorney General. Secondly, I intend to propose an asset acquisition scheme where the MBA could partner with vendors to enable lawyers acquire office equipments like laptop, etc., on credit and paying instrumentally. Thirdly, I intend to propose the formation of cooperative societies by the branches where lawyers could access soft loan. I also intend to encourage the branches to have crèche for nursing mothers, and also these are some of the programs I intend to propose to the national officers, God willing. I don't intend to be a spare tire in common balance a vice president. I intend to partner with the president to lift the bar to greater heights if I'm elected and given the opportunity to serve the bar. I thank the MBA Lagos for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, finally, to speak to us for 5 minutes and sell his candidacy, may I invite Mr. Onimisi Stephen Obajaja.
Lagos, the MBA, as you well know, my name is Onimisi Stephen Obajaja, and I'm running for the office of First Vice President. Oh, I guess I can start again. As you well know, I am Onimisi Stephen Obajaja, and I am running for the office of First Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association. I was secretary of this branch, and you knew, and you will know how well I served you. That is why I want you to send me forward again to the national to serve the Nigerian Bar Association. What I know, I won't say others have missed it, but the office of the First Vice President of the Bar is essentially a policy office. Anyone running for First Vice President of the Bar who tells you he will build you creches, he will build you a bar center, will not be telling you the truth. Now, this is what it is. My reason for running for this office is simple, and I have already made it known through my manifesto and my credentials. What is it? It is the strengthening of a bar association that cares for all, and a bar association that works together for all. Not works together for us. Where there is empathy, when we are able to put ourselves in others' shoes, then the MBA will be a much better place for all of us. Essentially, the office of the First Vice President is to support the President of the Bar. And that I promise, and I will do. I am a very genial and people person, those who know me. Whoever is elected president, I can assure you, we are going to have a ball. And all of you will be better for it at the bar. Real impact policies. I know what the office is. I want to assure you again that if I am First Vice President, every policy I will help formulate or advise the president to do as the chief advisor will be one that benefits all of us. Yes, promotion of the Constitution and objects of the Nigerian Bar Association. Promotion of the rule of law is our motto, and it is only fitting that in a sane society and in a country like ours, we continue to promote the rule of law. Promotion of human rights. In Nigeria, we understand our country is tough for all of us and for everyone. In a country where people can walk into your homes and cut away your children, in a country where police even brutalizes lawyers, it is apt that we begin to make the promotion of human rights a cardinal object of the Nigerian Bar Association. And that I will support the president to do. Oversight functions, the NBA elections and inclusivity. Elections are too expensive. What we have is currently unsustainable. I will support the president and in accordance with the constitution, see how we can cut down on costs. Oversight functions. The president will assign a region to me as first vice president of the bar to oversee. There's too much indiscipline at our branches these days. The laws are ignored. For example, we don't even understand that if you don't have a chairman or a secretary, you must hold elections for that position. Some people just feel it as they like, or the vice just steps up to that office. No, that's not the NDA constitution. We have to go back, maintain discipline, and have a uniform rule for all. Yes, a bar association that cares for the good of all, a bar association that works together for all is possible. In conclusion, I invite you, please read my manifesto, interrogate it, get back to me, support me, see that what I propose is possible. And on election day, Oba Jaja, if you want to forget, don't forget. Oba of Lagos, Jaja of Opobo, Oba Jaja. That is what to thumbprint on election day. I thank all of you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. Now, it's your turn. Does anybody here have a question, the answer to which will help you make up your mind which of these three gentlemen should be our first vice president? Anybody? Geez, none. Well, I do have a question because my mind is not made up. Okay. So, gentlemen, and you will answer in 1 minute. Okay? And the sequence would be from you, sir, to you, sir. Now, you want to be my first vice president. So I ask, what will you do differently to stem the increasing cases of assault and rights violation against lawyers at the hands of law enforcement agents or agencies? Differently.
Well, to stem the culture of impunity, I will encourage a situation where the officers, the hearing officers, are personally made liable instead of the corporate, apart from the corporate liability of the institution. They are personally made liable. The officers are appropriate sanctions and punishment are meted out to the officers. Then apart from that, from their allowance or their salary, they are made to pay whatever punitive damages, arising from their misconduct. So those are, because it's the culture of impunity that is, encouraging this kind of unwarranted.
Thank you. Then next.
Can I go?
Please.
In my writings over the years, and many times when I intervene on television programs, I have often said that the problem with Nigeria is not lack of laws. It is the lack of the will to enforce them. What I will do differently as first vice president of the bar is that at all times I will be on the neck of the president. We are a democracy. Lawyers should not be harassed anywhere in the world, even private or other individuals. If you harass lawyers, what becomes of the market woman? What becomes of others? So what's important is advocacy. Advocacy, then action. Then we must make sure that the laws take its course, that there are consequences. Where there are no consequences, the abuses will continue to happen. I thank you.
Hold on, sir.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, that question is very germane. And the reason is because the only constitutional role the Constitution gives to the president, and the first vice president, is the chairman of the Human Rights Institute. So I will take advantage of that position to strengthen it and use it effectively. And I come from experience. When I became chairman of Ori branch, the branch has always had an agenda on our meeting, state of our state, where we discuss issues like this. But nothing was done about those issues or decision reach. But when I became chairman, my officers will implement this policy of issuing a press release on any of those things that we agreed upon. And with that, we're able to hold my state government. As a matter of fact, for those who know Delta State, between Sapele and Warri, there were 33 roadblocks, not by policemen to surprise you, by non-state actors. But with our press release, we are able to get the government to clear those non-state actors. As a matter of fact, as you all know, many states block road to collect taxes. We went to court.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm sure your mind, like mine, is now made up, correct? Thank you. Thank you. So please, a round of applause for the three candidates for the office of first vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association as we wish them well. Thank you. Thank you. Now, is this the moment we have all been waiting for? If not, can we call it a day and go home? What else is left? Okay, I guess you want to know the color of cap to wear. Whether your cap will be red or blue or black. Correct? Good. So, finally, join me in welcoming up on stage join me in welcoming up on stage the gladiators for perhaps the singular most powerful office in the Nigerian Bar Association, the office of President of the Nigerian Bar Association. In no particular order, Lateef Omoyemi Akongbe, S.A.N. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ààrẹ Olúmúyìwá Akínbọ́rọ̀, S.A.N. Thank you. Finally, but I haven't said the name yet. But I haven't said the name yet. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to say the name because there are people who are watching on. Oh, please, 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 please. You have made welcome Oyin Kosola Badijo Kunsola S.A.N. Now, please, 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 please. We are pressed for time, and I'm aware that the candidates have a very important hard stop by 4 p.m. because they must make a meeting with the ECNBA. So if we waste time cheering, they will leave at 4 whether we are done or not. So please, can we cooperate so that we can get the best out of them? Thank you. Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the first part of this aspect is I'll invite you to sell yourself very quickly in 5 minutes. And after that, we'll go into Q&A. So I had invited you up in the sequence in which you were seated downstairs. So I will now invite you to speak for 5 minutes in the sequence in which you are currently seated. So first, Mrs. Oyinkosola Badijokusonya, SAN.
Distinguished colleagues, my name is Oyinkosola Badijokusonya. To the glory of God, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and I stand before you this afternoon respectfully seeking your mandate to be your next president. I was called to the bar in 2002. 3 months after I was called in May, I was attending my first conference. Ever since then, from August 2002, I have consistently served the bar in one capacity or another. When I look back on my trajectory, it's one of consistent service, sometimes in invisible roles, always attending meetings, always offering support, holding offices, not holding offices, offering financial support, and always promoting the bar. In January of 2022, I had a discussion with a senior colleague, and after I explained the things that I thought the bar could be, that it could be so much more than what it is, he said to me, "Why don't you run for president?" I dismissed it. In fact, I was horrified, but the idea wouldn't go away. And not to take too much of my 5 minutes, here we are. I want to lead a bar that puts its members first. I think that the bar that we need today is one that is relevant to all its members. I think the bar does well, but can do so much more. And what does that mean? I have 5 pillars in my manifesto, and I encourage you to read my manifesto. My 5 pillars: 1, to earn better, to help lawyers earn better. 2, to help lawyers live better. 3, to help lawyers practice better. 4, a bar that protects and helps its lawyers to gain and earn respect. And 5, a secretariat that works for us. My manifesto is titled "A Bolder Bar That Works for Everyone." You look at me and you see a bold person. Trust me, if I wasn't bold, I wouldn't be standing in front of you today. And that is the mantra that I bring to what I have to offer. We need to earn better. And so we need to ensure that our most vulnerable members, our youngest members, ensure that they earn living wages. We need to live better. And therefore, we need to ensure that the MBA is in the forefront of creating all the opportunities for lawyers to engage in wellness, in mental health advocacy, exploitative workplaces to be discouraged, and sexual harassment, the elephant in the room. We need to practice better. We need our free law reports to be not just for lawyers from 1 to 7, because they're not the only lawyers in the MBA. We need reports, electronic reporting that is affordable to all members of the bar. We need to be respected and protected. Somebody talked earlier on about police harassment. It's unacceptable. We need to sit down with the Inspector General of Police and ensure that we can take our phones into police formations, and that lawyers are treated with dignity wherever they have to work to defend their clients. And we need a secretariat that's responsive. We need a secretariat where each and every one of us knows exactly what goes on, who does what, why they do it, how it's relevant to us from our desks. We need to be able to communicate with our secretariat. And so that, in a nutshell, is the kind of spirit that I bring. I don't have all the answers, but it's a partnership. Together, we can build a bar, the kind of bar that we all deserve, one that works for all of us. In closing, wherever I have been called to lead, I've done so with integrity, excellence, boldness, and a hands-on spirit. I give my all. I go the extra mile. I don't ask others to do what I wouldn't do myself. And this campaign of mine is not built on empty promises, it's built on principles. If you read my manifesto, you will not find lofty promises that cannot be achieved, because everything I'm doing has to answer the test of achievability, scalability, and sustainability, particularly sustainability. Everything must answer the question, how does it help members? By the end of my administration, I want every member to have felt that the MBA has changed the way it relates with all its members. So I ask respectfully to take a chance on this bold woman. Let us make history together. Read my manifesto and you will see that a bolder bar that works for everyone is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Latif Akongbe, SAN, to speak to us for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For being here for this long, please give yourselves a round of applause. Leadership is about improving the lives of people. And the question before us today is the MBA improving our lives? Just 6 years ago, under the administration of Olumide Akpata, with 1 billion naira income, we had free law pavilion for lawyers. We had free additional seals and stamps and seals. We had increased life insurance payout. We had access to finance. We had so many things that we do not have today anymore. For me, these are ideological issues. And my belief is that whoever seeks to lead the MBA must have good, demonstrably welfareist credentials. Of course, there are 3 of us in this race. I'm the youngest. We have a female, we have another male. But I tell you what, it's not about sentiment. It's not about men versus women. It's not about gender versus gender. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Look at competence, capacity, character. We are lawyers. We are lawyers. We are lawyers. We are lawyers. We're one of the most sophisticated electorates. We are very discerning. Look at what we have to offer. Look at the issues and who is dealing with the issues. Today, I say I want to lead the bar. Why do I want to lead the bar? I want to lead the bar because I'm putting my track record before you. For me, my wanting to run is a pursuit of an ideology. I've run as your chairman before, and I'm putting my track record that I've demonstrated as a leader. Remember, just a few years ago, I started the health insurance in any MBA in Nigeria. Remember when I did a collaboration with the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and I said, let us begin to unlock other areas for our lawyers. Give them welfare, give them skills. 100 lawyers were paid for by the branch to become arbitrators under me. 50 members were paid for on health insurance. I did Lagos Bar Journal. Once you pay your brand dues, you get a bar journal for free. Remuneration we have today started under me. I set up a remuneration committee to look into what is the living wage for a young lawyer. Why am I saying all of this? I'm saying all of this for you to know that anybody can take a manifesto. Anybody can be given a manifesto. But I'm telling you, look at what I've done before to benchmark what I can do. I'm showing you my track record. Now, that is not enough. I want a bar. My vision is to elevate the bar. Elevate the bar is a program of action built on the conviction that the bar must be a single united body that is clear in its purpose, modern in its method of delivering real value to every lawyer in Nigeria, regardless of how you practice, where you practice, or when you are called to the bar. This I'm going to do by repositioning the MBA to be practical in its service to members, to be principled in its public voice, accountable in its governance, and be modern in its infrastructure. This I'm going to do. This I'm going to do. This I'm going to do by just 5 interconnected pillars. Everything I say I'm going to do, I have done it before. Number 1, idea, acronyms of my pillar. I for institutional and governance reform. 2, digital transformation and protection of members' livelihood. The A there stands for adequate remuneration. The R stands for rule of law, independence of judiciary, and independence and the administration of justice. The E, the last bit, is empowerment, welfare, and inclusion. Now, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I am not someone that is saying I will do. I'm saying I've done it, I can do it again. When I talk about institutional reform, I digitized the MBA Lagos Secretariat. The remuneration we have today, anybody can tell you about remuneration of young lawyers, but I started the conversation on remuneration. I set up a remuneration committee. I said, what's the living wage in Lagos? That is what we have today. But you know what? The problem of the MBA is this: lack of continuity and lack of will. I want to continue what I've started in Lagos. I will implement the remuneration order in a way that no young lawyer will get it below a living wage anywhere in Nigeria. I will ensure that all the welfares that we had before, the free seals,
thank you, sir.
will be restored.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now, may I invite Ara Akimboro SAN to speak to us for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see, standing before you today means a lot to me. And I want you to listen. Every 2 years, last 2 years, some people came before you, said a lot of things. 4 years ago, same thing. I know that we are cheering, we are clapping, but I know that deep down inside you, you've been asking yourself that, is it not same old, same old? Is it not the same story that we are year in, year out, and nothing has happened? Ask yourself, sit down back, and ask yourself, what am I benefiting? What have I benefited? What have I seen? What changes has happened? All these years that we have been having this problem, these promises. One man stood out, and I'm happy that my brother, Yemi, mentioned Olumide Akpata. When people talk about, when I go around, I've been around this country at least more than everybody in this hall on this competition. And when I ask questions, who is your favorite past president of the NBA? People don't think before they answer me. They tell me, Olumide Akpata. And the reason is simple. When I ask them why, they say he gave us free stamps, he gave us Law Pavilion. And that is, look at that. 2 sheets of free stamps still resonates with our people 6 or 7 years after. And that is why I'm standing before you. That is why I'm here to tell you that those things that Olumide Akpata did, that's registered in your minds, are going to be multiplied and more than duplicated. Let me tell you, free stamps, he gave you Law Pavilion. The problem we have in MBA is lack of continuity. We are dormant, we are docile, and we take 2 steps forward and 6 steps backward every year. We are all responsible. We allow gimmicks. People come here, sweet talk us, and tell us things, and we are excited. Practicality. If you are going to recruit your driver, what are you going to look at? we are about to recruit the most important person for the most important office in our profession. Olumide Akpata gave you free law pavilion. I'm telling you, in 3 months, in 6 months, after I become your president by the grace of God, you are going to have not only a digital library, you are going to have an electronic law report of your own. Let me tell you why. It is very simple. It is very simple to achieve. People will tell you, is it achievable? Let me tell you, it's easy to achieve. Gani-made law report. Hard copy law report is more difficult than electronic law report. All you need to do, have a website, host it, people have access. Now, if MBA had been taken forward after Olumide Akpata left, by now, you should be talking about your law report that people will access by payment of their participating fee. That is where I'm taking you to. Everybody that starts business always have the problem of finance. And that's what we'll be talking about as young lawyers. We are talking about living wages. Don't let anybody deceive you. Living wages is your right. In my office, I pay well. I will pay up to 15 months. I do profit sharing. But that is only limited to people working in my office. So, what that is, living wage is a right. What people are talking about is privileges. I'm going to make sure that apart from living, you are not going to be talking about with living wages only. I will give you opportunities. You will have opportunities to make money. And let me tell you how easy it is. One, if you want to start business, look at, you have building, and now let's look at the opportunities that are available. Why can't we have co-working places for young lawyers? You have bar houses everywhere, but they are not in use. We have, let me tell you, this time. Let me tell you about something that is going to interest you. We bank with, let's say, for example, we bank with Access Bank, all of us. What are we benefiting from Access Bank? By the time we negotiated with them, with all our money in Access Bank, there is nothing, none of you can walk into Access Bank and ask for 100 naira loan without them asking for all kinds of collateral. By now, MBA should have their own microfinance bank, where people can go, young lawyers can borrow money, can buy their law reports, can buy their, can go there to go and access one single digit interest. Those are the things we are talking about. Practical, low-hanging fruit.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. Now, general speech, sales talk, more confused if you are in my shoes. So we must ask the hard questions. I'm certain that there are a number of you here who have at least one hard question. Please, if your question is soft, I will not take it. It must be a question that will help us make up our minds. So I will start with the gentleman over there. Please, your question has to be very brief, very succinct, and it will be answered by all three of them in the order in which I will designate. So please, when you ask your question, each of them will have 1 quick minute to respond, unless the nature of the question warrants 2 minutes, and then I will say. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is George Mwabnike, and I'm of the Lagos Bar. And my question is this, is with respect to young lawyers and how we are supposed to take care of them when any of you becomes the president. And I want to base the question with respect to comments that have been made before by some of the contestants, respecting the bar conference that we had about 4 years ago. So my question is particular to Mrs. B, in short. I was in that...
I'm sorry, I will cut you off. I'm sorry. No. we laid the ground rules, please. We laid the ground rules.
Hard question.
Gentlemen, I will cut you off. This is not a campaign rally, please. And the ground rule was a question that is common to the three of them. So I move to the next person, please. Does somebody else have a common question?
Can I rephrase the
question? Can I have the mic to the gentleman over there? Thank you.
The premise of that question was wrong.
Good afternoon, learned Sikh and colleagues. My name is Adebola Lema. I'm of Lagos branch. To the contestants, the Secretariat is the most important place that links members of MBA Lagos, MBA in Nigeria to the national office. What will you do differently to make it responsive, fast, adequate, and ability to communicate and get response? Thank you very much.
Thank you. In 1 minute, you will respond, starting with Mrs. Okusoya. The other mic, no, this one.
The first thing I would do is ensure that every single officer in the Secretariat publishes his or her phone number. You will know the departments in which they work and what exactly each department does. It's your right. So that if you need to engage with the Secretariat for any reason, you know exactly who to call, you know what email address to use, and you know who is responsible for what. The converse of that is that I will ensure that there are performance metrics to ensure that the job that they're called to do, they do it within the time frame stipulated. Don't forget, I said my mantra is members first, and members must be able to communicate with the Secretariat and get what they need done without even having to go through the stress of going to the Secretariat. That's what I would do.
Please hold on, sir. Please go on.
So let's not deceive ourselves. With the number of layers we have and the staff strength of the Secretariat, it cannot be effective. But technology has shown us that we can get efficiency. Now, if you go digital, like I say to people, I'm a member of the IBA. Everything I do is on this app. My proposal is that I'm going to invest in technology. There's going to be an app called MBA One. It's like a one-stop shop for everything you have to do with the Secretariat. When I was chairman of Lagos branch, I digitized the Secretariat, and I said, I don't want people looking for letters of good standing and looking for lawyers. Everything will be on your app. Everything you have to interface is on your app. You go digital. That is the only solution to the Secretariat. Go digital and everything will be done. Your conferences, everything, your standing, your interface with the branch, with the fora, everything on this app. MBA One will solve our solution.
What will you do differently about the Secretariat? Yes, digitalizing the Secretariat is a big answer. It's the solution to all. Jamie has said that, so I will not go to repeat what you have said. I will move a step further. And I'll tell you that, apart from that also, institutionalizing the Secretariat from politics, making the Secretariat professional, also we hate that. If you don't have a professional Secretariat that is focused on its responsibilities, that are involved and engaged in the politicking of the NBA, you will never have the best of the NBA. Whatever you put in place, whether it is technology, whether it is their phone numbers, when people are conflicted, they are conflicted. People need to be focused. I will run a focused Secretariat and I will enhance the Secretary General to do their duties. I will not.
Thank you. Now, I I have been overruled. I'm a man under authority. I understand that there is a clamor. I had set the ground rules earlier, but I've been overruled. I understand there's a clamor to be allowed to ask specific targeted questions. Correct? Okay. So that's fine. We will allow specific targeted questions. And when we get to that stage, I'll invite the gentleman who had tried to speak earlier on to repeat his question. Is that okay? Thank you. So meanwhile, may I recognize, oh, I'm sorry, sir. The lady, Moglim, yeah. Please.
Yeah.
Please, we are on general questions
Yes,
now.
general question. Stand on all protocols. I'm so sorry, let me put up my phone back on. Okay. It's a very simple question. So you've said a lot of things, very laudable things. So the question I have for all of you is, if we met each and every one of you again in 1 year time after your inauguration, if you win, what are the 5 measurable outcomes that members should use to judge if your administration has been successful?
Thank you. Thank you. Now, we're going to go in a reverse sequence. So we'll start with Are and then on to.
Thank you very much. You see, one of the things I did when I started this journey is to first sit down and prepare a manifesto. And I'm sure that it has been circulated to a lot of you. And that is the reason why I did that, is because I want to have a contract with you, so that you can be able to look at it and ask me questions along the line. It's not supposed to, but I've not seen anybody's manifesto, but my own has been out. And everybody, I'm ready to share it, it's everywhere. So look at them. I've told you 1 or 2 things. I told you in 6 months, you will have your own e-library. I told you in 6 months, we are going to have your own e-law reporting. I told you in 6 months, I'm going to renegotiate our relationship with our bankers to be a mutual beneficial relationship. We have a relationship here now that is one-sided. I don't know what we are benefiting from our bankers. I'm telling you that in 1 year, we are going to move further from that and have our own bank that we can.
Thank you. Mr. Kongwe, please. Go on.
Yes, in 1 year, first off, the secretariat with the MBA one will be properly implemented, in which e-remuneration would have kick-started. No lawyer would be able to undercut anymore. Every invoicing we do will be done electronically. By that time, what I mean is there will be a QR code that is generated that creates a virtual account in which clients will pay into. That way, we would ensure you would see that nobody will be able to pay or charge a client without going through e-remuneration. The living wage would have been implemented. The reports are there. You see, it's a lot easier to do these things. You know why? The reports are there. What is lacking is the will to implement these things. The living wage report, we got a white paper from NEC saying that no lawyer in Nigeria should be employed without a letter of employment. Young lawyers should not be paid less than a certain amount of money. All I need to do is pick up the report and implement it. I have the will. It started with me. I started the remuneration.
Thank you, sir. Madam.
In 1 year, we will have a more responsive secretariat, one which responds quickly to members' needs and desires. In 1 year, we will have robust advocacy that has resulted in tangible benefits from the remuneration order, and advocacy for a living wage for younger lawyers. In 1 year, if the Legal Practitioners Act has been passed, there will be a corresponding obligation to pay a living wage for lawyers who have to undergo pupillage. In 1 year, we would have done advocacy with the Inspector General of Police and ensured that lawyers can defend their clients using all tools accessible to them. In 1 year, those of us that go to court would have seen a difference in the way we practice. We will no longer have to travel and find out that the court isn't sitting, but we would have engaged with our bar and bench to ensure that that happens. Those are the.
Thank you. I will come to you. I will come to you. Thank you. Now, please hold on to the mic. Now, you're not the only ones following this town hall. I know you're selfish about it, but it's being streamed live on YouTube, and we have some questions that we must take from those who are not physically here before we come back to those who are here. Okay. So I ask on behalf of somebody following on YouTube, please, and I've been directed to ask you, please ask them their position on universal suffrage in the NBA. What reforms would they make to the electioneering system that is becoming vulgar and expensive? In 1 minute, please, from you to him.
Universal suffrage is here to stay. So there are no reforms to be made there. Electoral expenses are high because it's the nature of the beast. We have turned our elections into cycles where people want instant gratification and want to extort from candidates in order to gain their votes. What we need to do is to restore dignity to the profession, to implement the provisions of the Constitution, the 2015 Constitution, with regards to electoral reform. It has no place in a professional association. We really must stop this business of traveling all over the country, spending humongous amounts of money just to serve an association for 2 years. It's ridiculous. And there are already safeguards that have been put in the Constitution. I will ensure that we enforce them and we take them forward. And more importantly, I will ensure that we talk to one another and understand why all of this has just happened.
Thank you. Mr. Fume, please.
Universal suffrage is one of the best things that's ever happened to the NBA. The problem is not the universal suffrage itself. The problem is the electoral process that we have. Any sincere person that leads the NBA should be agitated by what people go through because they want to serve the NBA. It beats me that people that are there now went through this and they haven't changed it. For me, electoral reform is topmost on my agenda. We have to ensure that this thing that we go through, we don't do that. What happens is this. What you're trying to say is that no matter how intelligent, how ideological a member of the association is, he cannot lead you if he doesn't have the financial means. That cannot be a good association. And I will ensure that we will focus on the right things. Let us look at accountants, look at engineers, look at what they do. Why are we different? We're supposed to set the standard for the country. For me, universal suffrage will stay. The electoral process will be reformed. We'll have a better system of electing our leaders such that.
Thank you.
For me, there is nothing that will change the electoral system from universal suffrage. I fought for the universal suffrage to come, and I will fight for it to be sustained and sustained. Every concern that anybody has expressed is simply about our process of electioneering, not in the voting pattern, not in the people that are engaged in the conduct, in the voting. So it's not has nothing to do with anybody but us. How are we running our elections? It has become so expensive that people have to dispose properties to sustain themselves in this election. People have to borrow money to sustain an election where they want to sacrifice for the bar. We need to change that, and that is going to change. We are going to reform our process in such a way that anybody can contest, not only the rich. And
thank you. Please hold on to the mic, sir. Now, I will take for now one more question from YouTube, from somebody following on YouTube. Now, there have been allegations that past presidents have ignored the provisions of the NBA Constitution as regards the roles of national officers. As a matter of past and serving national officers, as a matter of fact, past serving national officers have alleged that presidents in the recent past have assumed office with their personal staff who take on the duties and roles of national officers and staff of the secretariats. What do you have to say about this? 1 minute. Yeah, from you, sir. 1 minute.
I agree totally. I've served as General Secretary, and I've seen things happen at the Secretariat. The first thing I want to do, and by the grace of God we do, is demystify that office of the presidency. There is nothing, you see, when we have office of the presidency where everything is concentrated, that is a part of the problem we are having. And we need to see how to take part of that, of those powers, and let other people function. We have created a system for ourselves where we have our almighty executive president. It's even worse than the presidency that we run in the nation. You see, it is also true that people come in with their personal staffs and they take off the offices and roles of national officers. I have served at national level. I think, okay, I'm the only one that have done that among this. So I know what you're talking about. That's why I said the secretaries will do their work. A lot of times, people are not allowed to do their work.
Thank you.
See, the NBA president, if you look at the constitution, is too powerful. And I think too much power should not be concentrated in the hand of one man. What we need to do is build a strong system. You know what I say to people? I say, when I become president by grace of God, I'm going to restore all these welfares initiatives that we had before, and I'm going to institutionalize them. How do I want to do this? I'm going to ensure that we amend the constitution in such a way that anything that touches on our welfare, advancement of our cause as lawyers, we would ring fence it that it must be taken to the AGM and only members would decide on it. When the NBA president, NBA was going to stop free stamp and seal, access to finance and law pavilion, it only took one man, the president, to stop it. That's too powerful. They do as they like. Now, imagine that we ring fence those things and we take them to the AGM. Imagine that you and I have to vote on free seals, on law pavilion, whether it should be scrapped or not. Do you think it will be scrapped today? Of course not. That's what I'm going to do. The power is too concentrated in the hands of one man. We need to have a system that members can decide their own fate.
Thank you.
It's a person that makes the office and not the office that makes the person. We have a constitution and I have nothing to hide. You see, we've talked so much about President Olumide Akpata. He operated under the same system and he was effective. It just goes to show that is the person. There's a constitution. It prescribes who does what. I will let everybody do their constitutional role. I have no desire to do anybody else's work. If I need to bring in personal staff to assist me, they will remain that, personal staff. But every role within the constitution, within the secretariat, and this is the reason why we need to modernize the secretariat, so that people have their roles to play and they have their job description and they do them. A strong secretariat is the bedrock of a strong association. I will promote that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I will ask those who have general questions to tarry a little. Just hold on to your question. We will go into a round of what we will call sudden death. So we will now allow specific, targeted, I'll come back to you, sir, targeted questions directed at specific candidates. But so that we must balance it out. So we will allow 2 rounds of questions, 1 for each candidate. So in the first round, somebody will stand up and direct a question at the other candidates, and we then allow 2 other people to stand up and direct questions at the other candidates so that it's balanced. And then we'll go into a second round of that. Okay, so please, your questions should be specific, brief, and please, can we be respectful? If your question is insulting or disrespectful, I will cut you off. Are we agreed on that? Thank you. So I will start with the gentleman who had stood up before. He has a question. Please give him the mic. So you say your name, who is directed at, and then your quick question. Thank you. And the candidates will have 1 minute to respond to the question.
Okay.
As I said before, good afternoon all once more. My name is George Nwabunike, and I'm of the Lagos Bar. And my question is directed to Mrs. B. And my question is this. In 2024, when you were the chairman of MBA conference, National Conference Organizing Committee, and the incident happened, I think it was a law week like this, where you are called upon to take in questions, on the organization and preparation for the conference. And two young lawyers specifically stood up and asked that the cost of the conference is a bit high for them because they are young lawyers and they are stationed. Is there anything that you can do as chairman of the conference organizing committee? And of course, you answered specifically that if they can't afford it, they should stay back. Conference is not for everybody. It's not for every lawyer. So my question is, now that you are aspiring for MBA chairman and you MBA president, and you need the votes of those young lawyers, have you changed your views, or are you going to organize a conference for poor young lawyers to attend when you become president? Thank you very much.
Sorry, just before you respond, again, I have been overruled. I'm under instructions that because this round is for personal questions, the candidates may need slightly more than a minute in which to properly respond. So we will allow them for this personal round 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you very much, George. And if I didn't get that question today, I would have been very sad because I knew it was coming. First of all, I never said that they should stay home. Conference is not for everybody. And I checked. Hold on. You can, luckily, the company that recorded the event, they're still alive and they still work for the MBA. Yes, I did answer that question. And I didn't answer it in a way that probably was very hurtful both to the person that asked and to lawyers generally. It was taken out of context. As a matter of fact, excuse me, would you like me to respond or not? Because if you've made up your mind already, then why am I bothering to respond?
Please,
so
we must, if we want questions answered, then we must allow them to respond, please. Please.
That question was taken out of context. The response was, if you cannot afford the conference, we have an alternative. We had provided virtual conferencing. I was trying to explain that we had an alternative for people who could not afford to come to the conference physically. Now, did I say it in a way that I regret? Yes. Do I still believe that what I said was right? Yes. But I shouldn't have said it that way. Leadership teaches you humility. And I have learned that what I did that day, it wasn't the best way in which to have answered the question. But you know what? I'm not going to be defined by something that happened 2 years ago. There is a reason why the rear view mirror is smaller than the windscreen. I'm looking forward. I have learned from that. I was the chairman of the largest gathering of lawyers anywhere in the world. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We set the ground rule. No, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm sorry. No, I am sorry. Thank you. No, we set the rules. We must abide by them, please. Thank you. So now, do we have 2 more questions for the other candidates that are personal and specific? There's a hand up at the back. Thank you. Oh, okay. Sorry, just so that we are clear. Sir, who is your question for?
My question is to Mr. Yemi Akongbe-Sen.
Thank you. Just hold on. Madam, hello, you raised your hand. Who's your question for? Sorry. So is there another hand up? Who is your question for, sir? Thank you. So we will take you and then you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Leonard Silk. Leonard Silk, my question is based on my experience. I'm a middle-aged lawyer. I used to be a young lawyer and I benefited.
Sorry, did you say your name?
Okay, my name is Madukon Keme. I am popularly called Fido.
And your question is for who?
For the Leonard Silk, Mr. Yemi Akongbe. Okay, so as a young lawyer, I benefited immensely from your service to the bar. It helped me navigate my period as a young lawyer. Even Mr. Olumide Abata's tenure, I benefited. But right now, I own a law firm, and I am no longer, I've overcome the challenges of being a young lawyer. My challenges now is being an employer of labor, running a law firm. The emphasis has been on helping young lawyers, helping young lawyers. How about us employers of labor? We're employing younger lawyers. We have to pay health insurance. We have to pay pension. We have to remit taxes. And there are also a lot of other things. So I want to know your program for intermediate lawyers like us who are just starting to own, who have started our practice. We're employing other people and carrying that responsibility. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I did say that this is the sudden death segment. I did say that we're here to ask hard questions.
My question is hard, sir.
I'm speaking, sir. I'm speaking, sir. The intention in this segment is to ask a question that is so hard that somebody will slip and fall. We're not here to restate manifestos of candidates. So does somebody else have a hard sudden death question? You do. The lady, please. Can we have the mic to her?
My name is Mercy. My question is to Mr. Kombo Eseyin, sir. So please, what plans do you have for female lawyers who will go through childbirth in terms of maternity leave, so, and also on sexual harassment? When maybe the person involved is a very senior lawyer, what are the plans do you have to protect the female folk?
Am I not communicating?
Sir, I think this is a big question, sir.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Moderator.
I will repeat myself.
Mr. Moderator.
This is called sudden death.
Okay, then let them not ask questions.
So if you do not have a hard personal question, then we move. Does somebody here have a hard personal question that is a sudden death question or not? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bamidele Ikushika, and my question is directed at Mr. Akimboro Eseyin. Sir, it was news that the Egbe Amofin Odua made a collective endorsement of your candidacy. I want to ask, as a young lawyer, because I am curious, if the endorsement of this sectional group reflects the collective decision of all its members, or merely a decision of its sectional leadership. Sir, as a senior advocate of Nigeria and a respected Nigeria, how do you reconcile such an endorsement with the constitutional right of every Nigerian lawyer?
Thank you. Now, Mr. Kimboro will have 2 minutes to respond to that question. Thank you.
Sorry, before the time starts counting, I want to just approach you as the moderator. This is a question that's not personal to me. and may need me to explain a lot more deeper for me to communicate. So I will be asking for extension of time. That 2 minutes will not be
I'm
enough.
sorry, sir. You know, we cannot change the rules in the middle of the game. You were here when
Okay,
I
I
called
will
off.
try my best to explain within.
Thank you.
Within 2
So,
years.
no, sorry.
2 minutes.
Please, can you restart the timer? His 2 minutes will start. Please hold on for the 2 minutes time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, Egbe Amofin Odua that you mentioned is just like Northern Arewa and Mr. Isaba Forum. All of us, we appeared before Egbe Amofin. We all went there. And that's the truth. What did you go there for? For them to evaluate us and maybe, if possible, to mediate between us and also advise us. We all appear before the Egbe Amofin. They set up a committee from all the states. One person from each state. I did not come from 2 states. I'm from only 1 state. Yemi is from another state. Mrs. B is from another state. We have 6 states in the Southwest. Each one has one representative. 3 male, 3 female. 3 senior advocates, 3 non-senior advocates. So we have a balanced committee. They interviewed us jointly and severally. They asked us the same question. We were there at the meeting, in between from the beginning to the end. None of us raised any issue about bias or whether the process was lopsided or skewed for another person. So we all sat through it from the beginning to the end. We submitted ourselves to their jurisdiction, and they came up with their decision. Ask me, what were their decisions? What is the question will they ask you? Ask yourself those questions. If you are talking about seniority, I'm at least minimum 12 years senior, most senior to any one of them. If you are talking about senior advocate of Nigeria, I've been senior advocate for almost 12 years. The next person to me is just about 3 years. If you are talking about experience, I've served at the national, I've served as chairman, I've served as secretary. So all those things are there. Now, they interviewed all of us. Even the last Egbe meeting, we were all still present.
Thank you, sir.
We were all still present. So,
thank you, sir.
All of us appeared.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, thank you. Do we have a question, a sudden death question? Please, can he have the mic? Sorry, can you first confirm who your question is for?
It's directed to the lineal Sikh Yemi Akongbe.
Thank you. Is it a sudden death question?
Very well.
Please, your name and the question.
Yes, my name is Olajide Abiodun, popularly known as the Master of the Rules. There is a personal event I witnessed during the reign of the lineal Sikh Yemi Akongbe. A past chairman of my branch, NBA Kodu branch, by name Bayo Akinlade, attended the Lagos branch meeting. Mr. Yemi was the chairman then, and he walked him out. Because I don't know, maybe because he has the authority at the seat of power. For a fellow chairman to have attended your meeting for whatever reason, why would he do such to walk Akinlade Adebayo, a former chairman of NBA Kudu branch, who was also once a member of NBA Lagos branch, out of the meeting? It was very horrible, and we need an explanation for the reasons why he did that.
I'm sorry, sir. I need to ask. Is this question in any way related to the presidency of the Nigerian Bar Association? Because that's why we're here. No, please, can we be civil? Can we be civil, please? Thank you. Can we be civil, please? And can we agree that we are not here to settle personal scores? Please. We're lawyers. Thank you. Your question has to be tied to the aspiration for which these people are here.
Let me
so if you have a question that is tied
I want to tie
the
my
aspiration, then we will take it, please.
Let me connect the dots. Anybody who is occupying the office or any elective office in the NBA holds a position of authority. I was the past chairman, vice chairman of my branch. There are ways when you occupy an authority, you relate with others. One of the aims and objectives of NBA in the second schedule for branches is that you maintain cordial relationship with your fellow branches within jurisdiction. When you become a president of the Nigerian Bar Association, where you have enormous powers as you have stated, how are you going to act and relate with your branch?
Thank you. Thank you. So if we can have some silence, please. Mr. Akongbe will have 2 minutes to respond to the question.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. And I remember very well the incident you're talking about. It was one of our meetings at the City Hall, and we had, it wasn't just Mr. Akinlade that came in. We had quite a number of people that were unknown to me. And upon inquiry, they said they were members of the Ikorodu branch. And I said to them, what I said on the floor of the house was that we had matters, personal matters to discuss, matters affecting Lagos branch. Can they excuse us to deal with the personal matters that we didn't want other branches to know about? And I said, I go to branches today in consultation. I said the courtesy, the proper thing to do was to inform the leadership of the branch that you're coming, and they will know at what point to bring you in, at what point to take you out. It's not every matter of your branch that you discuss openly. That was what I said. 2 minutes. Further to that, and I'll give an example. We all went before the Eastern Bar Forum the other day for their meeting. We all came in, we did our business, and they told us to excuse them.
I'm sorry, I will have to cut you off. Your 2 minutes is up. Thank you. No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm smiling. No, it's okay. I'm smiling because I understand that people are enjoying this segment. And I understand that you have more sudden death questions. Okay. I also understand that you reckon that the candidates may require slightly more than 2 minutes to properly respond. Am I correct? Good, okay. So, First, can I have an indication for the next round of sudden death questions? By show of hands? Okay, so I see 2 hands up there. So can you just confirm who's your question for? That's you. Who's yours for? It must be balanced. So we must have 3 questions for the 3 of them, or we will not take. Who's yours for? I'm sorry? Now, I have good news for the candidates. The ECMB apparently has pushed your meeting back to 5 p.m. Yes, so you do have a little more time here, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so yours is for who? Does anybody here have a question directed at Mrs. Badi Okusoya CN? None? Okay, so we will not be able to then take that round. Oh, you do? For Ms. Okusoya CN? Thank you, okay. So what we'll do first is, before we go into this new round, you can see that the candidates seem to have needed a little more time to fully respond to the previous question. So if it's okay by you, I will reopen a 2-minute window for them to conclude. Or are you happy with their answers? Very well, very well. But for this next round, they will have up to 3 minutes to respond. Is that okay? Okay. So madam, we'll start with you since you're the closest. Can we have the mic down here, please? Your name, whom it's for, and a quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Olaomi Adiola. I'm the past chairman, MBA Kurodo branch. My question is for Mr. Ime Akwangbe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Yes, sir. At the November 2025 town hall meeting we held in Ikeja, there was a remuneration town hall meeting, and you were one of the panelists, sir. You did mention some of the challenges that made it impossible for us to go on with the remuneration procedures that we presented at that town hall meeting. One of those challenges you mentioned was confidentiality and some loopholes in our constitutional provisions as it is right now. I also listened to you right now when you stated that within 1 year, one of your plans is to ensure fair remuneration for young lawyers, ensure that there's a compliance portal or something like that. And I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that you have that on your agenda. I just have one question. How exactly do you hope to breach the issue of confidentiality that you talked about and the constitutional loopholes that you talked about during the town hall meeting?
I'm sorry. I'm looking for the sudden death in that. I haven't seen it. Or did I miss something?
Yes, sir. No, what he said during the town hall meeting, we had speakers for and against. Although he was not directly against the remuneration procedure, but very importantly, he mentioned, I don't want to use the word condemn, the fact that the town hall portal, the portal that we were proposing was in breach of confidentiality for lawyers, clients, lawyer-client relationships, and some constitutional loopholes. And I also listened to him today that within 1 year, that was when he was asked the question that they're going to ensure that there's something like that in national. So I really just need to know how he intends to handle the confidentiality issue that he talked about.
Are you then asking that, Oga, are you not contradicting yourself? So please ask that.
Mr. Ime Akwangbe, I would like you to explain to us how you intend to, handle the issues of confidentiality and the constitutional loopholes that you talked about at the last town hall meeting.
3 minutes, sir.
So when we talk about this remuneration order, let's not mix two things together. Number one, I started remuneration for young lawyers in paid employment. That's one. The other one is about, we realized the fact that to pay well, you should also earn well. And that was what led to the review of what we had before, from maximum to a minimum. Now, and you would agree with me that implementation of that remuneration order has been the problem in the NBA today. And I say to you that, number one, the issue of remuneration of young lawyers, we will resolve that when we take that report to ensure that a living wage is paid. The second issue is this implementation of this order that we have. And I said, once we go digital to MBA One, there'll be a portal on MBA One called e-remuneration. On e-remuneration, once you put a service there, it calculates your fees for you. You can see your fee. Your client can see the fee. No issue of haggling. And once you do that, it's between you and the portal. There's nobody doing anything. Or it's on your phone, your app. And once you do that on your phone, it generates a code which all transactions will carry. And once that code is generated, there's something called a virtual account. Monies will be paid into that virtual account. And if it's 1 naira more or less, it will not go through. It ensures that the appropriate amount of money is paid into the virtual account that belongs to you. So that way, issue of paying with the branch and taking administrative fee and returning the rest to you will no longer be an issue. Technology will solve that issue for you. I'm an ardent believer of remuneration order, but the mode of implementation has always been the issue. I said what we're doing right now is so archaic and so crude, and that there are better ways using technology to implement this remuneration order.
Thank you. Yeah, so you have a question for, it's a sudden death question. Please, can we have the mic?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, once again. Let us seek colleagues. My question is directed to Are Akimboro. There's a publication that was made about 48 hours ago by Chidi Ondinkalu, alleging plot. It says on the Google, it says, Ondinkalu alleges plot to influence NBA polls. And what it meant is that there is this doctrine, one lawyer, one vote, that the candidacy of Are is here to kill one lawyer, one vote. My question is, Are, what's your thought about this allegation? Are you out to kill one lawyer, one vote? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I believe that we had addressed that because there was a general question on that.
No, we hadn't.
No, there was a general question on universal suffrage, which all of them responded to. Correct?
I doubt.
Correct? And he had articulated his view on that and said no.
This is a direct allegation to the article written by Professor Chidi Ondinkalu.
Alleges that he intends to do that. Very well.
Particularly to him.
Very well.
Thank you very much, sir.
Please respond to that in 3 minutes, please.
Please reset.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, I read that piece, and I was asked whether I need to join issues with that. Well, I'm not in the business of arguing with people that think that the only thing they need to do is use somebody that they think it's exposed for the purpose of making money on Twitter. So I don't join issues. I'm focused. You know, every time I hear things like that, I remember this song, focus, 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 focus. So I'm focused. I can't allow myself to be distracted by gutter, beer parlor talk, by people that are less busy and they need something to put them in limelight. I don't join issues with them. Now, let me tell you, if I fought for universal adult suffrage, how can my candidature want to kill universal adult suffrage? What they are trying to tie together are just two very distinct things. Whether Egbe Amofin's adoption of me and what has it got to do with universal adult suffrage? I just said it and nobody has denied it. We all appeared before Egbe Amofin. If they have picked any one of them, the same will have happened. We went there for a purpose. And because they evaluated all of us, and they felt that I am in a position to take that, to represent them better now, does not mean that none of them, they are not good enough. And I don't know how that translates to trying to kill universal adult suffrage. So that means all of us wanted to kill universal adult suffrage because we all went there. So please, when we read all these lazy write-ups, we are lawyers. Let's interrogate them and ask ourselves whether they actually make sense. These are political jobbers that are being hired by some people to campaign for them, and they're just working for their money. I wish them well. Let them continue. Focus, 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 and focus. And by the grace of God, I'm winning this election. Whether they go and hire all the influencers, all the jobless people on Twitter or whatever to say whatever they want to say, I am not seeing them. I am not seeing them. I'm not hearing them. I'm hearing you. I'm talking to you. I'm interacting with you. I'm campaigning to you. I want your vote, not their talk. I won't be distracted. And that is it. All those things they are saying are lazy, gutter, beer parlor talks. It does not affect me. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, somebody had a question for Mrs. But yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Whiskey. I'm of the Lagos branch. My question is born out of genuine concern, really, not necessarily the politics around it. So, I have a female colleague who said one day in court, there was a certain way she was dressed. And you just came, like brashly, hit her or told her that this is not the way lawyers dress and all of that. And she went out feeling, who is this person that, even if she wants to correct me, in this manner. And I hear you well too, just now, when you also mentioned that, yes, the way you replied to some young lawyers was not really the best way to deal with it. So my question really is, if you are president, and it appears to be like there's some personality flaw, sort of, with due respect to you, Ma, will it, or my fear is, if you are president, will that, involuntarily come into, meetings and decisions, and you want to, impose on people and all of that? That is my genuine fear, and that would make me to know whether you are a best candidate for the job, because it needs a lot of patience, emotional intelligence, and balance. How would you be able to handle that if you are president?
Sorry.
Please.
It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. Yeah, please. Please go on.
Thank you very much. You see, that question there is the reason why I'm running. Because nobody asks men these questions. This is the reason why we need to level this playing field. Because you see, first of all, you say I hit somebody in court and said you shouldn't judge that. People who know me know that's not me. That's not who I am. I am firm. I am a disciplined person. I live and look like who I am. So I don't even often need to point out to anyone what they should have known from law school, because I look the part, because I take myself seriously. I take the profession seriously. And the times that I have had to talk to any female colleague in court, I have done so with the utmost respect. As a matter of fact, let me tell you a story. The last time I tried it, and I tell this story all the time, I told a lady, I said, you shouldn't be wearing brown boots. You know what she said to me? I was looking at you too. This is your brown hair. Is this the kind of dressing that you should have? I was shocked, but as the good lawyer that I am, I had to have a response. So I said, but that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about brown boots, and you shouldn't be wearing brown boots. And I scurried away from there before she could say anything else and embarrass me further. I told her, this brown hair that you're seeing, is it green? Is it red? How do you know it's not my natural brown? He said, it's not your natural brown hair, Joe. This person was at least 10 years my junior at the bar. Let's not even go there. Part of what I want to do is restore dignity to this profession. We can disagree without being disagreeable. We must respect our seniors. That is the profession we met. And if we're not intentional about bringing back these norms and practices, honestly, we won't have a profession we're proud of. So I tell you with my full chest, I did not say that. If I corrected her in a way that was disrespectful. And I welcome the opportunity to talk to this person that you say I tapped and hit and said, and your concerns, everybody has bad days. I'm not an irate person. I have chaired 2 annual general conferences of at least 100 people. Ask any of them. I made sure that I led with respect, the kind of respect with which I want to be treated. People who have worked with me know, in this branch, I've chaired 2 dinner committees. I don't know that anybody can say that I treated them with disrespect. So there's nothing to be concerned about. I will lead this association with discipline and with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, do we have more sudden death personal questions? They have to be 3. Okay. Okay, I've been overruled. I'm sorry. Please. We need to close, okay? So we will go back to, we have a last quick set of general questions, okay? Now, you still have your question. I will allow you, and you have a question? I'll allow both of you, and I have a couple of questions from YouTube. So, sir, can you go?
Yes.
It's a question for all three candidates, and they will have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And thank you to the contestants for the candor and for having thoroughly answered the questions that were put to you. Now, I want to ask a question that I think borders on something I think is existential, and I don't think it's been touched on today. We graduate about 10,000 lawyers every year. And we're talking about a living wage for Nigerian lawyers. We're talking about improved remuneration for young lawyers. And we all know that there's an economic element to it. And so we seem to have straight-jacketed things, so we're going to pay you this amount, and then we do the remuneration order, so we earn this amount. But what about the entire economic space, the income that comes to Nigerian lawyers? Now, one of the areas that concerns me, because I've worked on it at different times with Nigerian government, is the amount of money that flows out of Nigeria to foreign law firms. I understand about $300 million every year. If you drop $20 million to law firms in Nigeria in a year, the legal profession that we know today will not be the same. Have you candidates thought about this situation? What practical strategy in advocacy to government? I'm not now going into the Local Content Act or the LPA or the laws that are in existence. If the President of Nigeria asks you today, what do you recommend as the best way to deal with work that potentially Nigerian lawyers don't have capacity to do? How would you respond to that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, you will have 1 minute each to respond. And since we have denied Mr. Kongbe the starting point, you will start, you will pass the mic to her, and then to him. A minute. Thank you.
So one of my major pillars is protection of lawyers' livelihood. Now, you know that the amount of work that lives here abroad every year, you mentioned what it is. And that's why I would propose that we do something like the Rwandan model, which is that any foreign work, Nigeria must be briefed first, and we should brief the foreign law firm. Now, what happens is that the reverse is the case. I work a lot with foreign law firms, and I know the way they treat us. They'll be the instructing solicitor. They'll tell you, you negotiate with them. They'll pay you, whatever they pay you. Trust me, you're ending up with the short end of the stick. And we can't afford to do that. We know that we're in the era of globalization, and we need, to work together. But we can do it in such a way that we get first, Nigerian first, local content first, and let us go and instruct Akin Gump and tell Akin Gump how much we pay Akin Gump. Because they're all here. They know the work is here.
So thank you, Tobina, for that question. The vast majority of practitioners don't fall into that small percentage of people who do the foreign type work, where if we're coming in from a foreign practitioner is coming in from abroad, they need to instruct us. The vast majority of us are finding that our traditional modes of practice are being eroded by the fact that they're taking away strictly legal services, and now we have consulting firms and companies doing the work that is strictly meant for lawyers. It goes back to the MBA being able to fight for its turf, being able to fight for its members, and ensure that we are proactive rather than reactive. Many bills keep getting passed through the National Assembly, wherein legal duties are not being inserted therein to ensure that lawyers have a constant stream of work, and making sure that only lawyers can do certain types of work. These are the kinds of things that I think the MBA should be in the forefront of doing, ensuring that we protect our space and we continue to increase it by making sure
Thank
that...
you. Thank you. Time up.
Oh, okay.
The mic to... No, this one.
I believe that that's what Tobina spoke about is just one aspect of the issue, falling in caution. And that is what she has addressed. I don't want to repeat her. MBA need to play a role in that to make sure that we advocate towards non-incursion. But even in Nigeria we still have the same division. The people that are getting the big briefs are maybe the people that call themselves tier 1. It's still the same thing. And we are talking about what we need to do is training and retraining, high CLE empowerment. Let people learn, let them be proficient in a lot of things that will make them relevant. What is the bane between us and the foreign countries? Because they think they have some expertise. Are we developing local expertise to have an equal playing field, a level playing field amongst us? That is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure that people are trained in Nigeria, first of all, to be equal. Then we can now fight the outsider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a common question down here. Can we have a mic down here, please? Chief Onu, it cannot be a political question, please.
Yes. Good afternoon all, or evening. I have a question for all of you. I want to target much ado about Egbe Amofin. And I want a yes or no answer from each of you. Simple. Yes or no answer. Do you agree with Egbe Amofin's position that only the candidate they endorse should be voted for by the rest of us?
I'm objecting to that question.
I'm sorry.
It's a yes or no question.
No, sorry, I'm sorry. I rule you out of order, sir. I'm sorry.
Is it hard to
I
answer?
do sincerely apologize, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it hard to answer?
So I run this show, sir. Thank you. Now, there's a general question for, there's a general question for the three of you. So please, can we have some silence, please? I will come back to you. Thank you. No, please. No, please. No, please. No, he asked a question. I have not addressed you. He asked a question, and I've overruled his question. Thank you. Now, you will be president of the NBA, at least one of you will, from 2026 to 2028. Your tenure will cover the all-important 2027 national elections. With all the posturing, party realignment, litigation, etc. going on now, and people seeing the NBA as an ombudsman for the common man, and with the spate of rising insecurity in the country, do you think the NBA under your watch should focus more on the grave issues affecting our dear country, or the all-important, more selfish concerns of the welfare of its members? So, we will go from Madam to Are to Mr. Kongbe in that sequence. And you will have 1 minute to answer this.
I say something often. That when I'm on the plane, I'm very intrigued when I hear the cabin steward say, you must put on your mask before helping others. I believe that the NBA, even though it has a moral obligation to protect and promote the rule of law, to ensure that democratic norms are adhered to, I still believe that even though that is our primary responsibility, we must take care of ourselves before we can take care of others. And so, the welfare of the members of the association, to me, is paramount. That being said, I don't think that it's mutually exclusive for us to address lawyers' welfare and protect and promote the rule of law. And certainly, under my watch, we will be bold enough to speak truth to power while we are promoting and protecting our welfare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree totally that any association that is not taking the welfare of its members as primary is failed. That's one. But still yet, on our role in the national space, we need to also understand that we just wanted to do with welfare members. But our role in national space, we have to understand that as an association, we hold a lot of duty to the populace. We have to be the watchdog for society. And when we have conflicted people being at the end of affairs, we can never play that role. When you are entangled with governance, when you have people in government even campaigning for you all around, when you are tied to government people and you are being funded by them, when the NBA is always going to cabinet to beg government for money, we can never play that role. We need to make ourselves independent.
I think the NBA exists for two things. One, to promote and protect the rule of law. Two, welfare of its members. That rule of law, on the two things I say we're doing poorly. Now, let me talk about the promotion of rule of law, because we owe two duties, one to our member, one to the nation, which is the rule of law. I don't think there's anything different from the presidents like Alawa Kabashorun, that when he coughed, caught cold, and now, the only difference is the sort of people that we have leading us. Nowadays, you find many leaders are already compromised. That's why you have selective silence. But look at someone like me, an independent candidate who's not been backed by any establishment, who is only going there to do your bidding, because it's your vote that I'm relying on. Those are the sort of people we need, people with character, people that are not tied to any establishment. That is what we need. Those are the people that can speak truth to power, not people that are being carried about by politicians, not people that have them as friends and they're taking them around. When they already compromise before getting to the office, when they get there, they lose their voice. They are silent.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's 4:45 p.m. The candidates have an important meeting at 5. I'm sorry, but we must end now. I'm so sorry. Okay, thank you. So my co-moderator has a quick statement.
Okay, so the intervention is from the corporate and in-house regulatory council group. And you see wanted to ask some questions, but because time is of the essence, you need to leave. One of you, by the special grace of God, will be the president. We are not going to ask a question because you need to go. But we are telling you, I'm a corporate council anyway, and the regulatory council, we have been so underrepresented in all of the affairs of the Nigerian Bar Association. We hope that when you become the president, there will be a change, where in setting up your committees, you will remember that there is this group in-house that you come to all the time when it's election time. We vote and we pay our dues. We also hope that in time, you will also recognize the kind of value we bring to the bar. Thank you very much. In-house and government, not only in-house government regulatory council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, finally, I think they have all done extremely well, even under pressure. Thank you. So we will send them off wishing them the very best. And there's this statement, may the best person win. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them.
So before they go, a quick photo op. Photographs, please. First, the contestants alone, and then with the chairman. Yes, first the 3 presidential contestants alone, then with the chairman of the Law Planning Committee and the branch chairman, and then with all the other aspirants, please, quickly. 3 of them alone first. 3 of them alone, then you join them. Yes. May the best man or woman win. Best person. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Law Week Planning Committee Chairman, Mr. Moderator, Madam Moderator, please join. Join. Quick photograph, please. Then the contestants will join everyone on stage. Quickly with all the aspirants. Then can members of the ESCO please come around? The ESCOs will join the next picture. All members of the ESCO please. NBA Lagos Branch Executive Committee members, please come up stage. ESCO members, please join the picture. Please don't go, just stay. ESCO members, please. Lagos Branch Executive Committee members. Look towards the end of the auditorium. Thank you, everyone. A quick vote of thanks by Madam Chairman as we all leave in.
Just a moment for a vote of thanks to each and every one of you that have taken the time out to come here today to listen to our aspirants. Thank you very much for coming out. For those who joined online, thank you very much to our aspirants who have traveled from far and near to come and speak to us, engage with us. We thank you all very specially. If I start calling your individual names, you'll be late for your meeting. So we thank each and every one of you from all the offices, but most especially, we thank our presidential candidates in no particular order. Mrs. Oyekom Sola Badejo Okusoya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Are Muiwa Akimboro, Mr. Yemi Akongbe. We want to say a special thank you for taking your time out to come and engage with us at this interactive town hall meeting, and I believe that we are all leaving here better advised on who we want to cast our votes for. Thank you very much. God be with you all. Tomorrow, please, can I get your attention for a minute? Activities for tomorrow. We have legal clinic at the Ikoyi Correctional Facility. It starts at 9. Please, if you're interested in taking up some pro bono cases and using your services for the betterment of the indigent people in the correctional facilities, please meet us tomorrow by 9 at the Ikoyi Correctional Facility for legal clinic. And please know that whatever matters you take up, you would have to see it through to the end. So please join us tomorrow. Also, we'll be going on a charity visit to the General Hospital. General Hospital opposite Western House. So you can pick any of these two. The same 9 o'clock. So show up. We'll put out contact numbers for you to reach out. And then after that, the grand finale. I don't think I have to invite you. I don't have to encourage you because I know you will show up. Grand finale, party, colonnades, starts at 6 till whenever. Is open for all lawyers. See you on Friday. Executive committee members, please come up for a picture. Thank you.